Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 24th, 2024, 6 p.m. special meeting of the Brentwood City Council, successor agencies. And at this time, we do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza is absent. Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Present.
Councilmember Pearson is absent. Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With the anticipation of significant public comment in the later portion of our council meeting at this time tonight, the public comment period will be 3 minutes per speaker.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items on the special meeting agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker's card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to the special meeting agenda or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments for this agenda. I have 1 public speaker in chamber. Mr. Dorman?
Okay. How did we get here? Not incompetence, not ignorance, not inaccurate information provided, at least not completely. I believe it is literally what they call the deep state. Specifically, a person who's been a proponent for Bridlegate for 18 years. Not his incompetence, not his ignorance. Inaccurate information, yes. Omission of facts, one can argue. But here we are. What do we do now? With respect to what it is you guys are going to discuss, get outside counsel. Over the last 18 years, our attorneys have used our laws against us and for Bridlegate. And I'm not talking about current attorneys. You can go back 18 years because I have. I've looked at every single recommendation. I remember back and forths between one or several of you and our staff. So, in my mind, it's apparent we need an outside set of eyes, okay? Because Bridlegate's coming. That is without a doubt. Since they threw in YIMBY, now they have people, they don't even have to raise their hands, they just sit back. So we need outside counsel because I am sure, if not for density bonus, we still have homes that are built over oil wells. That all by itself should be something that we should look into. As I said, Bridlegate's coming. And we're not going to stop Bridlegate, but we need to at least look into how we got here. And how we got here is because of one person. At 7 o'clock, I'll go into my diatribe, but for now, get outside counsel, please, please, please.
I have no other speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment And I need a motion for council recess to close session.
So moved.
Second. I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. We are in recess. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight at the September 24th, 2024 City Council Successor Agency meeting at 7:07. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are reconvening from closed session, and there is nothing to report out at this time from closed session. Considering the amount of anticipated public comment on many items tonight, and in alignment with the previous 6 o'clock special meeting time, public comment time tonight will be 3 minutes per item. This time we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public present in the chambers are permitted to address City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under presentations, informational reports, or the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. I did receive one written public comment, and I'll display that on the screen. The first in-person public comment is Rohan in an urban.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Youth Commissioner Rona Bond, and we're here to update you on our events. So far, all we had was the Youth Commission float at the Liberty Parade on September 13, and we essentially had our float based on the movie It, and it was really fun. Decorating was really quick, and it was a great bonding experience for the youth commissioners, and that's all we had planned so far during this meeting and the last meeting, and we will be discussing future events on October 3rd.
Scott?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Dempsey. I'm an employee of City of Brentwood. I'm also a resident of the city. Just here this evening, just to reiterate some things that have been said already with this ongoing negotiations and class and compensation study. Just want to remind you, years ago with previous contracts, the city always paid the going rate, if not better, to keep staff employed. We also always had really good benefits for retention. Basically, retirement was always good. We do have a good pension still, but that was something that always attracted people and kept people for long stays. It was longevity, and that was something I just wanted to remind everybody of. Since I spoke 2 weeks ago at the meeting, I've had 4 people tell me they're leaving the city of Brentwood, moving on to other agencies because of pay and benefits. So I just wanted to bring that up to your attention and just to keep it on your radar. Thank you.
Danny?
I truly just made it. Wow. That's how important you guys are to me. I literally ran down here listening. Well, 2 things. One, my heart goes out to everyone here that has discussed wages. I have absolutely no idea what the wage scale is for our staff. I'm willing to bet it could be better. And I hope that this goes into consideration. Now, Bridalgate. If you caught the 6 o'clock show, you already know what I'm getting ready to say. But because of the Brown Act, I know that anytime I talk about, whether public or private, about our city manager and what he does or doesn't do. I won't say it falls on deaf ears, but because of the Brown Act, even if you were to speak upon it, have a one-on-one with him or whatever, as long as you guys don't talk to each other, you guys don't know. And I know I've spoken to 3 of you at length, both publicly and privately. And I'm not talking specifically about what he has or hasn't done. I'm talking about Bridlegate. I'm talking about a guy who's been on Bridlegate for 18 years. And I have no idea if you guys can talk about his input, shenanigans, call it what you will, because of HR. I really don't know. I do know that the only way you can get across to anyone in staff management is for all of you to talk to him. All right? I've said it time and again. Bridlegate's too late. All right? We hope, we the city hope that you'll look at the very least, trying to minimize the damage. But I also truly believe that, and Mr. Mayor, you know this, when I interviewed you in 2012, there were accusations of donations or campaign funds or what have you. And I know them to be false, but the thing is, it's the appearance. And that's the problem I have with this person in Bridlegate. It's the appearance, and I really wish you guys would look into it. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards. Sure.
I'm used to raising my hand. But I wanted to be here tonight to thank you for the proclamation proclaiming Hispanic Heritage Month and recognizing Hijas del Campo this evening. The work of Hijas del Campo is impressive. Our farm worker community had a need and they stepped in full force. The Hispanic Latino community is a big part of Brentwood, and it's so nice to see that we continue to grow in representation. We continue to be in new spaces that we never were before. Representation matters. Thank you again for recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. And also thank you for acknowledging the Filipino American Heritage Month. And congratulations to our compadres, the Heritage High School Filipino Club. So thank you.
I have no other speakers.
Okay, this time we will close public comments, move into presentations, and we have several items for presentation. And the first one will be, I'm going to call on Carrie Reiser, the president of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. Carrie.
No, if I have one of those. It's not a proclamation, I don't think. Oh, it is? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's a surprise.
Well, as much as the Chamber does for our community, I'm going to ask you to, wow, this is a hot mic, to speak to our community in a moment, but I really am very privileged to present this to you on representation of, on behalf of the Chamber from the city. Our businesses, our small businesses, but our businesses here in town really are the backbone of our community. Had it not been for the response during COVID of our small business community not only would our city have suffered much more dramatically than it did, but the families in our city would have. And so it was predominantly our small business community that came together to help those in need in one of the greatest times of need that we've seen. And so I'm very thankful for that. So on behalf of the City Council, whereas local chambers of commerce provide vital support to businesses, foster economic growth, and contribute to the overall prosperity of our communities, and whereas October 16th is designated as Support Your Local Chamber of Commerce Day, a time to recognize the valuable services and advocacy that chambers offer, and whereas the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce plays a pivotal role in promoting local business, providing network opportunities, and supporting the economic vitality of Brentwood, and whereas the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce is committed to fostering a thriving business environment, benefiting both entrepreneurs and residents alike, now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby proclaim October 16th, 2024 as Support Your Local Chamber of Commerce Day, and encourage all residents to recognize and support the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce's contributions to our city.
Thank you. I'm gonna cry now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow, I'm surprised. I didn't expect this. So now I guess my presentation.
Now your presentation.
Wow. Members of my team are here, so look at guys. All right. Thank you, Darren, for being my slide guide today. I appreciate it. I'll wait for. All right. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, to share what we stand for and what we offer the businesses here in Brentwood. First and foremost, what is the Chamber? The Brentwood Chamber is a voluntary organization dedicated to promoting civic and commercial progress in the city of Brentwood. We were established in 1952, and our leadership consists of myself as president, our CFO, our board of directors, some of them are here today, and our team of ambassadors and many member volunteers. We have one paid staff member who works in our office on the weekdays. Who are our chamber members? Our members include business owners, nonprofit organizations, and individuals who share a common interest in promoting their businesses and connecting with others in the community. They are also committed to improving the economic climate and quality of life in Brentwood, contributing their talent, their time, and financial support to this cause. Since January of 2023, I am proud to share that our membership has grown by 60%, and our volunteer hours for 2024 already total 4,475 hours, with more to come because we've got a lot of events coming up in this last end of the year. The next slide, please. Yeah, this is our leadership team. This photo was taken at the start of the year, and I'm proud to say that this now only represents a portion of our team, as our ambassador team has practically doubled in size since this photo was taken in February. Our chamber plays a vital role in supporting and promoting local business. Our mission is built on 4 pillars: advocacy, marketing, education, and networking. For advocacy, through our membership with Cal Chamber, our businesses have representation at the state level. They advocate on behalf of the businesses when it comes to ballot measures, propositions, and other legislative matters in the state of California. At the local level, we represent the businesses at city council meetings and planning commission meetings. In October this year, we will be unveiling our public policy platform, which was developed by members of the board of directors, as well as several chamber members, outlining the chamber's stance on various issues that affect the business community. We are also excited to host our candidates forum on October 14th, where business owners and community members can ask questions to the candidates running for public office. And anyone in the community can submit their questions through the Brentwood Press newspaper. Marketing. Marketing is one of our strongest pillars. Our member businesses benefit from having their own dedicated webpage on our chamber website. There, they can post events, promote deals, and share updates, which we further amplify through our social media channels and email blasts. We've also stepped up our social media presence by making it a priority to focus on our membership by reposting their content, helping them to grow their business further. We also host several major events each year. Thank you. Including the East Bay Business Expo, the Celebrating Brentwood Gala, La Gran Fiesta, Hometown Halloween, and the Holiday Parade. These events give our community the chance to meet their local businesses. Additionally, we are excited to launch East County Restaurant Week in collaboration with our neighboring chambers in Oakley, Discovery Bay, and Antioch in the spring of 2025. For education, we believe that businesses thrive when their owners are equipped with knowledge and support. Our Brentwood Power Network is a networking and educational group that meets twice a month, offering a range of topics like marketing strategies, how to use Canva, and more. We also provide in-person coaching in partnership with you, the city, and the Small Business Development Center, with new entrepreneurs joining us tomorrow for a coaching session. And then coming in Q4, we will be launching Entrepreneur's Edge, a series that will replace our former Lunch and Learn sessions, focusing on sharing knowledge and expertise in topics like finance, marketing, search engine optimization, and even starting a business. Our final pillar, marketing. Our monthly mixers, held every third Thursday, offer businesses the chance to connect and collaborate. This year, we added 3 additional mega mixer events in partnership with the Oakley and Discovery Bay Chambers, and 1 additional mega mixer hosted by Supervisor Burgess's office. Ribbon cuttings for new businesses and our new Blue Ribbon anniversary events to celebrate business milestones are another way we bring the community together. And our Brentwood Power Network is not only an educational opportunity, but also a networking opportunity, giving business owners a chance to collaborate or mastermind in a more intimate setting. And finally, as you've heard, we're proud to celebrate Support Your Local Chamber Day on October 16th. We will be marking this occasion with various social media events and activities, and ending with our mixer on October 17th at Heron Counter in downtown Brentwood, and we hope that you join us. Thank you again. Oh, I forgot this slide. So, of course, we always say joining the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce is the greatest idea for your business and nonprofit organization. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today and for your support, and the city staff support has given us for the chamber this year. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, but thank you again for having us and being able to share the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce with you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of council at this time? Thank you so much, Carrie. At this time, we'll move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. We'll begin with at my right, Councilmember Mendoza.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were doing the rest of the presentations. Did you want?
We'll do this.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Since the last time I met, I watched the Planning Commission meeting. I attended the Downtown Brentwood Coalition members meeting. And I've also had a lot of calls about sideshows from residents. So I was just going to mention really quickly, if you hear of a sideshow starting, you hear it because you hear it. Please call the Brentwood non-emergency number. That is what we're here for, what they're here for. And it is probably the top issue I'm hearing about right now. But the police don't know what's happening if they don't hear about it. So please make sure to call that non-emergency number and they will come out and support you. Thank you.
Since our last meeting, I've traveled a bit for a conference, but I did attend a school interagency meeting. So that was the extent of all of my stuff, yeah.
Councilman Williams.
Welcome, everyone. I'm glad you're all here tonight. Since the last meeting, I've attended a couple ribbon cuttings with the Chamber of Commerce, Upskills Training Academy, and Cutting American Building Group. It was both great events, and I was happy to be at both of them. The John Marsh Historic Trust Board meeting met, and I was finally able to attend the meeting. I did want to put out that on October 19th, they will be hosting a fundraiser. I think they're calling it Tell Your Friend to Take a Hike. And it's a hike, lunch, and film fundraiser out at the Marsh House. It should be a great event, and I think we're going to be able to put that flyer for that event on the city website so that people can get it, and the tickets do have to be purchased in advance. Not to be a complete commercial, but the Police Activities League Tamale Fest is coming up November 2nd, and those tickets are on sale also. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Since we met last, I also watched the Planning Commission meeting and attended the Downtown Business Coalition regular meeting. Thank you.
And since we met last, all of the meetings and boards and commissions that I set up on postponed their meetings, and so I have nothing further to report. So at this time, we'll go into the consent calendar. I would like to pull item G5. It is noted here that item G1, item G3, item G5, and item G8 have been requested to be pulled on behalf of council. Do I have a motion regarding the rest of the consent calendars absent items G1, G3, G5, and G8?
Mr. Mayor, can I just intervene for 1 second? Item G10 concerns the affordable housing agreement between the staff and the applicant for the Truemark Trailside project. It came to staff's attention earlier today that the order of the attachments to the staff report had been mixed up. So for clarity for council and the public, there are 2 copies of the housing agreement accompanying the report. One is the clean version that staff recommends that the council approve, and that starts at packet page 19, if you're looking at the PDF. The other is a red line with changes requested by the applicant. That version starts at packet page 61, and that is the version that LUD recommended the city council not approve. Staff requests that in your motion on this item, you clarify which version of the agreement you're taking action on. And as a reminder, the staff recommended version starts on page 19. We just wanted to make that clear before you took your vote.
And that is the original version.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So on item G10, as I take a motion, that would be an approval on item, and I move that we approve the staff recommended version.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar. I did want to say in my motion that I noticed we didn't pull G2 and G4. So I just wanted to quickly just say thank you to the human resource staffs. I know it's Human Resource Professionals Day on September 6th, specifically Director Sakari Bashir's in her absence and all her staff in the HR department. And then for the Code Enforcement Appreciation Week, specifically Alexis Morris, Kim Murphy, Linda Shell, and all the code enforcement officers, I want to thank and appreciate you. That being said, can we please approve consent calendar absent those 5 items that we discussed?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
And that's with the modification as to item G10?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item moves. Now we'll move into item G1, and that is a proclamation proclaiming September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. And Vice Mayor Meyer will present.
Hello? Now it's hot. Could we have the Hijal del Campo people up? Except for those who are filming? I asked to recognize the Hija del Campo because they have been a huge presence in Brentwood since the very beginning, prior to COVID, when they started bringing water out to our farm workers and started to recognize that the people that were providing food for us were not getting food for their own tables. And so from that time, they've grown and they've expanded. They're serving communities outside of Brentwood, but they're actually now physically located in Brentwood. They've got a site here in the city, and they're doing incredible work for children, students, families. Everyone who needs anything comes to them, and they can pretty much solve it or serve it. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I would love it if you would say a few words. Thank you. Whereas the city of Brentwood celebrates the rich cultural diversity that strengthens our community and contributes to our shared values, and whereas Hispanic people were among the earliest settlers in California, in Contra Costa County, and other regions of the United States, and over the years have come to this country in search of democracy, freedom, and a better way of life, their diverse and vibrant culture includes elements originating in Europe, North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrated nationally from September 15th through October 15th, honors the diverse cultures, rich histories, and significant contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans. And whereas the 2024 theme, Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together, highlights the vision, resilience, and leadership of Hispanic Americans who are driving innovation, social progress, and community building across our nation. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have played an integral role in the growth, vibrancy, and diversity of Brentwood, contributing significantly to our economy, public service, education, the arts, and many other fields. And whereas the city of Brentwood recognizes the importance of fostering inclusion, celebrating diversity, and honoring those who have helped shape our shared future, now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize September 15th through October 15th, 2024 as Hispanic Heritage Month, and calls upon the residents of Brentwood to observe the month with ceremonies, activities, and programs that celebrate Hispanic heritage and recognize the impact Hispanic people have had on our community, dated this 24th day of September 2024. I want to give you this. This is Maribel Mendoza. She and her partners here, and Dorina also, were they launched this incredible nonprofit. Who else should be coming up here?
Luchi, Janet, our otra.
I'm going to turn the microphone over to you so that you can talk and
okay.
share a bit about what you're doing.
Yes, please. I wrote a little something. Thank you so much, Susanna. This means so much to us. And I wrote a little something because I'm very tired and I don't want to miss anything. Our campesinos have been the unsung heroes of the farming community for far too long. They've hid in the shadows for so many reasons: racism, prejudice, undocumented statuses. Hijas del Campo began because Dorina and I said enough was enough. We are here. We are a part of you, and your voice, your existence is essential to the community of Brentwood and Far East Contra Costa. When we began during the fall of 2020, and just this month, we're excited to have celebrated and to be celebrating our 4-year anniversary as an organization. When you drive down Sellers, Balfour, Brentwood Boulevard, and all throughout this beautiful town, you see the names of streets and you see the names of neighborhoods that are nostalgic reminders for so many, where rows and rows of vegetables and trees and fruits were once harvested. We started with handing out PPE during the field outreaches, and we used to house that all in our homes. And so to date, we are so excited, like Susanna mentioned, that we have our own headquarters, and we're happy to call Brentwood our home. And we continue to strengthen what we do for our campesinos and our farm workers. And Contra Costa Health Services is still a great partner of ours, and now we have a mobile clinic that comes to our headquarters. And so we're very, very grateful. Thank you to the Brentwood Lions, who continue to support us. Thank you to my family. My husband's in the car eating with our kids, who just had a soccer game. Dorina's family, our board members here, are some of our campesinas who work these fields on a daily basis. Janet, who's our food program manager. So thank you, and I will lean over to my co-founder.
I also wrote something really fast. Okay, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council. My name is Dorina. I'm one of the co-founders, like Maribel said, and the program director. Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias a la ciudad de Brentwood y a todo el concejal por su reconocimiento a Hijas del Campo. Cuando comenzamos esta organización fue para apoyar a todos los trabajadores del campo y conectarlos con servicios para que puedan vivir una vida mejor aquí en Brentwood. Todo el trabajo que hemos hecho ha sido una labor de amor y del corazón, pero también ha sido posible por el apoyo de la comunidad y también por la ayuda de la ciudad de Brentwood y sus miembros del concejal como Jovita Mendoza y Susana Mayer. Gracias, que siempre los han apoyado en ayudando a la comunidad a salir adelante y luchando por lo que es correcto y justo. Muchas gracias a las dos. También por los voluntarios que nos ayudan día a día, como los Leones de Brentwood. Y también queremos reconocer a nuestros clientes, a todos ustedes, los trabajadores del campo, que los motivan y los inspiran cada día. Gracias por todo y por siempre confiar en nosotras. Estamos muy agradecidas y orgullosas de recibir ese reconocimiento y seguir el trabajo de Hijas del Campo. Thank you all.
So item G3 now will be presented by Vice Mayor Meyer to present to Tamara Weber, widow of Commander Bill Weber, the acknowledgement of item G3, which is Proclamation September 29th as Veterans of Foreign Wars Day.
If you all want to come down. I wanted full council to come down because Bill Weber, Commander Weber, meant a lot to everyone in so many different ways, but we all had different relationships with him, and I thought we should all collectively honor his memory and his work and his family and his comrades. So I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then hopefully, Tamara, you'll be able to speak for a few minutes? Okay. This proclamation is for the veterans of foreign wars. Whereas the Veterans of Foreign Wars, VFW, is an esteemed organization that has tirelessly advocated for the rights, welfare, and well-being of veterans who have bravely served our nation in foreign conflicts. And whereas the VFW has stood as a beacon of camaraderie, support, and advocacy for veterans, providing a platform for them to share their experiences, receive assistance, and engage in meaningful service to their communities. And whereas the VFW has played a crucial role in preserving the memory of fallen heroes, ensuring that their sacrifices are never forgotten, and promoting a sense of national pride and gratitude for those who have defended our freedoms. Whereas on this day, we recognize and salute the veterans of foreign wars, their dedication to our country, and their ongoing commitment to the well-being of their fellow veterans and communities. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize September 29th, 2024 as Veterans of Foreign War Day. and encourage all residents to honor and support the veterans of foreign war and join in expressing gratitude for the sacrifices made by our veterans. Dated this 24th day of September 2024. And I would also invite all of you to come anytime you have anything you would like to talk about, improvements in the city, concerns in the city, good things you want to talk about. Please join us and advocate on behalf of your fellow veterans. And now I'm going to turn it over to Tamara Weber, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. I just want to thank the City Council, and especially you, Assistant Mayor Susanna Meyer, for presenting our family with this proclamation to honor the VFW's 125th anniversary and the service of my husband, Bill Weber, to this community. Brentwood meant everything to him, and so did veterans. And he never missed an opportunity to help a combat veteran and just any veteran. Brentwood's a special place, and the Brentwood community, the VFW community, are here to support and help families and honor our loved ones and the soldiers who have given all for us. One thing that's unique about my husband, I come from a military family. My grandfather retired 33 years, my father, 2 of our sons, all of my uncles. But I didn't learn patriotism from them. I learned it from the service of my husband. He was a true patriot. And when you stand up for this country and fight for this country, it does something different to you when you have an opinion. And just my whole attitude about being a part of a family who serves and tries to protect the freedoms of our nation forever changed. Thank you again for keeping his legacy and his memory alive. It touches my heart warmly. He'd be so happy. And he would tease me because the 29th is my birthday. Thank you.
And we would love a picture of the VFW members and the Weber family. And you need to hold that up. Okay, perfect.
So I'm very excited tonight. Oh, I started without the mayor saying I can start. Go ahead, you start.
Item G8 is presented by Councilmember Mendoza to the Heritage High School Phil M Club. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so excited to have you all here tonight. Before, if you want to walk up, that'd be great. But I think it's so appropriate, like Marisol said, you are our Latino compadres. So I am so excited that you're all here on the same night. And Councilwoman Pearson and I are presenting because we both have children at Heritage, and we see all of the work that you all do, and we're very excited you're here. Do you want to say anything before or after? Okay. Hi, guys. So thank you for coming, and I'll read the proclamation to you. Whereas the city of Brentwood is a community founded upon diversity and unity, welcoming people from all corners of the globe. And whereas Filipino Americans have played an integral role in shaping the cultural, social, and economic fabric of our great nation, contributing significantly to our rich tapestry and diversity. And whereas throughout history, Filipino Americans have demonstrated exceptional resilience, determination, and innovation in the face of challenges, embodying the American spirit. And whereas Filipino American History Month provides a unique opportunity to recognize and celebrate the countless achievements, contributions, and traditions of the Filipino American community. And whereas by honoring Filipino American history, we promote mutual understanding, cultural exchange, and unity among all Americans. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Filipino American History Month, and urge all residents to come together to celebrate the past, present, and future contributions of Filipino Americans to our nation and community, and renew our commitment to fostering an inclusive and harmonious society for all. Dated this 24th day of September 2024.
I'll just say a few things and then I'll pass it on. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, city officials, council members, and especially Council Member Mendoza. My name is Al Duay, and I'm the sports medicine teacher and athletic trainer at Heritage High School, but I'm also the first-year advisor for the Filipino American Club. Though this is only my second year at Heritage, I've spent 49 years as a Filipino American, and it has always been a source of pride, and it's excellent to see how the youth have moved it forward. I'm a transplant. I spent the last probably 15 years at College Park High School in Pleasant Hill, and I had no idea what I was stepping into when I took the job at Heritage. I'm so proud of the diversity in my classroom and the diversity at Heritage alone. Just to take you back just a little bit, tell you a little story. My grandfather, or Lolo, fought in World War II and fought for the U.S. Navy, but he was in the Philippines. And when my grandmother passed away about 20 years ago, I was cleaning out the garage and found a letter from President Eisenhower to my family that granted us safe passage to the United States for fighting in World War II. And so I remember these stories that my grandmother would tell me about my mom. When my mom first came here, she was not allowed to speak our dialect, and therefore my mother didn't pass that down to us. And so my Lola encouraged her to assimilate. She encouraged her to stay out of the sun and lighten her skin and not speak Ilocano. She encouraged her to dress a certain way, talk a certain way. And I noticed the change. I noticed the change in my lifetime. The students at Heritage and the students that I worked with before in the past at CP, they have a lot of pride in being Filipino. They know their history. They know their rich culture. They know the dancing. They know the food. And most of all, they know the language. So there's not a day that doesn't go by that my club president, Ellen here, does not talk to me in Tagalog, even though I speak Ilocano, not Tagalog. Actually, I don't speak, but so yeah, their efforts have been amazing. I'm going to pass the microphone over to her. She just makes me more and more proud, and all of them do, really more and more proud to be Filipino every day and to guide them through this journey. So I'm going to pass it over to President Formes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aline Dizon Formes. I am the president of Philem Club of Heritage. Our club has been around for a couple years now, perhaps since 2019. And back then, we were just a really small club with a few members. And look where we are today. At our first meeting, we estimated over 115 new applicants and members in total. And the pride that I feel to be here on behalf of my board, my club, is immensible. And I just want to thank the council the Brentwood City Council for kind of recognizing us as Filipino Americans. I've wanted nothing more but to be prideful in our culture, in our community, because that's what my parents have taught me since day one. Never be afraid to show who you are truly and to be, you know, stand for yourself. And that's what I've liked to do since day one. Our club, we try to stand for the motto of that everyone is our family. We are a community for everyone. And till this day, I will carry on that motto. Our club does a lot of enrichment activities, kind of teaching our members more about our community, our culture, the dances, the traditions, all of it. And I can't say how proud I am of my board, our history, and everything like that. And I just want to say again, thank you sincerely for the representation. You don't know how much it matters, especially to kids like us and the future generations. So just from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much, and never forget where you came from. Thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything, but only thing I want to say is thank you. I'm so proud of you all, and thank you for showing the world that diversity matters. So thank you.
Let's take a picture. You guys want to take a picture?
So at this time, I need a motion for approval on item G1, G3, G5, and G8.
So I move to accept item G1, G5, G3, and G8.
We have a first, second, a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. The item moves. Moving into public hearings. Item H1, Bruce Mulder, Director of Parks and Recreation, will present the next item on an LLD and subdivision map amendment for the Truemark Trailside project. Bruce?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. In accordance, this is regarding LAD number 24-2, Truemark Trailside. So in accordance with the Landscape Lighting Act of 1972 and Proposition 218, this item is the last step in the approval process to form Landscape Lighting Assessment District number 24-2, Truemark Trailside, otherwise known as the Truemark Trailside LAD. Upon formation of the district, an annual assessment can be levied on the 57 single-family homes and 6 duets associated with the Truemark Trailside project. The annual assessments will fund the ongoing costs to operate and maintain the city's streetlights, landscaping, parks, trails, and open space areas that benefit the project. So on July 23, 2024, City Council adopted Resolution Number 2024-78, initiating the formation of the True Mark Trailside LAD and preliminary approving the required engineer's report. Following the July 23rd City Council meeting, it was confirmed the parcel for the stormwater basin serving the project will be dedicated to the city, and its ongoing landscape maintenance will be city responsibility. Therefore, 2 steps have been taken this evening. First, with regard to the LAD, the engineer's report and the maximum assessment rate preliminary approved on July 23rd has been revised for the final approval this evening to include the future maintenance of the stormwater basin. The revised maximum assessment rate is $1,419.57 per single-family home, and the estimated maximum annual revenue that can be generated from the TrueMark LAD is approximately $87,300. These figures are in fiscal year 2024-25 dollars, and the maximum assessment rate can be increased each subsequent fiscal year by an annual change in the Consumer Price Index, or 2%, whichever is greater. The formation of the TrueMark Trailside LAD requires property owner approval for the City Council to form the district. A notice and ballot was mailed to the affected property owner as required by Proposition 218. The ballot can be opened and tabulated by the city clerk after the close of the public input portion of the public hearing this evening. If the property owner's ballot is favorable, City Council would then be able to adopt the final resolution, which would provide your approval of the final engineer's report and confirm the formation of the TrueMark Trailside LAD. Second, the vesting tentative map subdivision map that the council previously approved is back before you this evening. This is for the very limited purpose of clarifying the conditions of approval to specify that the city will maintain the project stormwater basin and no HOA is needed. Nothing else in the map is proposed to be changed. That's the conclusion of my presentation, and myself and our city consultant are available for any questions you might have.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time from council? Seeing none, at this time, I will now open the public hearing and open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comment in advance, and I don't have any speaker cards for this item or hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. And the election in this matter is hereby called. Are there any additional ballots to be submitted? Seeing none, at this time, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Any council discussion on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to confirm the formation with a simple majority property owner approval, weighted by assessment amount.
We have a first.
Second.
A second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. This time, I'm going to ask that the interim city clerk tabulate the ballots and read the results.
I do have 1 ballot with an affirmative yes vote.
Okay, are there any clarifications or discussions with council? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion on this item.
I'll make the motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt resolution ordering the formation of the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 24-2 and taking all implementing actions.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, second motion.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to amend vesting tentative subdivision map 9610.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Just for clarifications for staff purposes, I'm so sorry. You moved to amend vesting tentative subdivision map 9610 via the resolution in the staff report in the packet. I realized that wasn't included.
So can I just add that to the?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure the council understands that it's a motion on the resolution.
Okay, well, amending that motion to add that it's a motion on the resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Do we have to read?
And I'm still good with that as my
Okay,
second.
we don't need to read it, so we're good. Thank you. Okay, going to business items, item I1. Darren Gale, the Assistant City Manager, will give the presentation for the next item on hate speech and the use of Zoom for public comments. Darren?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, let me go back to my talking points. So tonight, it's my opportunity to talk to you about this agenda item, which was brought forth in your March City Council meeting as a future agenda item. During that meeting, it was determined that the City Council wanted to talk about three different items. One was, how can the council limit hate speech? Second, is there the possibility for allowing more virtual public comments or eliminating public comment? And three, establishing a city value statement. As in reviewing, the City Council mentioned a few other communities very specifically in looking at how they were handling to limit hate speech. In reviewing other cities' processes referenced by the City Council, staff was unable to find a staff report or direction from legal counsel that supported a process that recommended restricting a person from exercising their First Amendment rights. And the staff report that's before you this evening kind of went into detail a little bit about the First Amendment and public comments. The City Council's current public comment framework does not infringe upon any person's right. Members of the public who choose not to attend a City Council or a commission meeting may still express themselves include for items that are not on the agenda or on the agenda through a number of avenues, which include email, traditional mail, and they can also call and leave messages for the City Council or talk with council members. Most notably, the Brown Act does not specifically include or define hate speech. So there's nothing specifically in the Brown Act as relates to hate speech. And as a result, cities are really left with a limited array of tools to combat hate speech. Cities can encourage speakers to engage in constructive rather than abusive dialogue. The council can also model good behavior by remaining civil and constructive, even when there are disagreements. What the council cannot do is entirely stop or stifle constitutionally protected speech it disagrees with, even if that speech is inconsistent with the City Council's norms for civil discourse. However, according to at least one Attorney General opinion, the legislative body can ask a public speaker to speak on items that are within the jurisdictional body of the City Council. The vast majority of verbal attacks that have occurred across not just the state, but across the country have occurred virtually. It's not all, but by far the vast majority are that way, and they're not in person. And they're normally during public comments for items not on the agenda. The city, so one of the things I wanted to note, the city is not required to offer public participation via Zoom or any other virtual platform when public meetings are taking place and all members of the City Council or a commission are participating in person. Virtual participation was instituted during the early days of the pandemic when it was judged unsafe to meet in person and the public needed a way to participate. And the City Council has carried that over as a courtesy. The majority of local governments across the state are not allowing virtual public comments at this time. Also, the current process that the City Council has implemented has stopped at least 3 different occasions where we believe that someone wanted to spew hate speech during a council meeting as they were trying to comment during items that are not on the agenda. And obviously, most residents don't know that occurred because that was happening here, and we were seeing it based upon the despicable names that were on Zoom, and they were trying to comment during that time. In the staff report, we did include a variety of options that the City Council could consider that might limit or demonstrate the city council's desire to stop hate speech. And we can talk about those if you would like. And then finally, if the city council does want to move forward with the statement of values, it is recommended that the city council either appoint 2 council members, but actually, let me step back. It's recommended that one of the current ad hoc committees be assigned that. And very specifically, I believe that Diversity, Equity, Belonging, and Inclusion Committee could draft the statement of value, which then could be brought back to the city council for a final approval. As we looked at other city statements, that's really not a staff-driven thing. It's really the city council coming up with that statement. At this time, I can answer any clarifying questions of the city council, and then we can go into discussion related to any of the items that the city council would like to discuss this evening related to this item.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, at this time, we will open public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're participating in person, please file a speaker's card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I do have 1 speaker card. Danny?
Of course, you only have 1 speaker card. We have the right to be wrong. In today's environment, of course, there is a lot of hate. To eliminate hate speech, I think you'd have a better shot in eliminating homelessness. But let's play that out. Using what's being done right now, which is you can't be heard on open comment, is the same as we'll eliminate homelessness by getting rid of the homeless. Seems radical, but you get rid of the homeless in Brentwood, there is no homelessness issue. You try to eliminate hate speech by not allowing people to be heard. The value statement, unless you allow the opportunity to be heard, there is no value. It's valueless. I cringe when I hear it's a courtesy to talk on Zoom. A courtesy. No, it's a right. And every time I come up, of course, everyone says, oh yeah, I'm a proponent of speech, but because some dumbass may get on the phone, last time I swear, but get on the phone, that one person stops other people from participating. I literally, when you saw me run in, I was running in because I didn't want to miss open comments. I won't say how many red lights I ran or anything like that because, oh, hey, Chief. But that's how important it is to me to be heard. And there are people, I keep saying it, there is the stay-at-home mom, the invalid, the folks who have worked in the fields all day long, as well as folks who volunteer to help those all day long that may not want to come down here sweaty or may not want to be seen because it is difficult to come up here and talk. I think everyone here is accustomed to public speaking, so you may not realize fully how difficult it is to speak. So please, let us be heard.
I have no other speaker cards in person. I do have 3 hands raised in Zoom. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, I agree with the previous speaker on all of his points, and obviously people are grossly inconvenienced by having to um, leave their families and come down and wait around for a chance to speak. And there might be, several presentations. Who knows what's going on? Um, the the main point I want to make, and I've made this point before, and I get ignored every time I make it. So hopefully somebody will hear it this time. Nothing in hate speech has to do with anything that the city can make a ruling on. Therefore, if somebody starts to say something reprehensible, yes, we might hear a few words, but you can cut them off. You can cut them off, even in public comment, because there is nothing, there is nothing about any of that noise, that garbage, that this city council can rule on. Therefore, you can cut them off. I think it's important that people have the opportunity. In Brentwood, we're a majority commuter community. People get home late, they have to drive through traffic, they come home, they're making dinner, they're trying to get their kids to bed. People shouldn't have to hire a babysitter just to get their voices heard in public comment. It is so important to us. Um, I've been coming down here for years. I basically um, came and just stood in the well in 2017, May 3rd, I remember. And not knowing anything, just said some words to the city council, and I started something, and it grew. And I think it's so important that it totally outweighs any discomfort. And the Supreme Court agrees with me. The Supreme Court, the reason why you can't cut people off is the Supreme Court says just because speech makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean it's not protected speech. And by uncomfortable, they mean, it could be really reprehensible, but it is discomfort. It's not hurting you physically. And therefore, we have to tolerate it. And I think that what we're doing is circumventing what the Supreme Court tried to tell us, something that was very important, which is that even reprehensible people have speech rights. I think it's important, and I think it's important that people can come down and talk, and I think it's important they can come down and talk in public comment. And I think to do anything less is not standing up for the Constitution. It's not standing up for your country. It's not standing up for your citizens. It's not standing up for people's rights. It's just a way to shut people up. And look, if I was wanting to shut people up, I know exactly what I would have to do. I would just have to start making phone calls, crank calls to the Brentwood City Council, and they would.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Braden. Braden, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Kind of ironic that I'm on Zoom and I'm going to talk about how we should probably get, I wouldn't say get rid of Zoom comment, but change it to a way where we have more public engagement or more productive engagement. Sorry. Right now, the way it's set up, we have 3 minutes to talk on any item at any time during public comment. And I'd say for about 98% of the time, we have, the same 5 or 6 people that repeat the same points over and over again and aren't contributing to a productive conversation for the council. Another thing, we didn't have Zoom or Zoom, Zoom raise your hand and speak for years before COVID. COVID's done now. If you really have something that important to say, your voice can still be heard in public at the chambers, or you can you could send an email, send a letter to the city, and your voice will still be heard that way. I don't think the way it is now, like I said, I'll repeat myself, it's not set up for us to have productive conversations in front of council. So I definitely think that's something we need to have a change for sure, whether that be shorter time to speak over Zoom, or Zoom was only open at the very beginning of the meeting for general public comment. But I personally think it's been quite unproductive for people to repeat themselves over and over again. And again, you can write an email, your voice will still be heard. Nobody's taking away your First Amendment rights. It's just things should probably change. And thank you for allowing me to speak, ironically, on Zoom.
The next speaker is Melissa. Melissa, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. Thank you for allowing me to address my, oh, can you hear me? Weird. My Zoom was telling me it looked like I was done talking. I do appreciate the opportunity to make a public comment via Zoom as a business owner, a now full-time college student, a mother, and a wife who has a very busy schedule. The accessibility that Zoom offers is incredibly important to the community. There's always a push. I see certain council members always pushing and telling people, show up at meetings, tune into Zoom, your voice is important. And there are people who aren't able to make it to every meeting. And so the opportunity that Zoom affords these people is huge because, in person or not, residents deserve to have their voice heard. And not everybody has not everybody has the tools to sit down and express themselves via an email or a written public comment. Sometimes people process items by talking through them and speaking out loud. As far as freedom of speech goes, freedom of speech is pretty broad, right? And there are a lot of things that it does cover, but there are things that it doesn't cover, including the 1969 Supreme Court Brandenburg v. Ohio decision that says freedom of speech does not include the right to incite imminent lawless action. This includes acts of violence, and hate speech inherently is an act of violence. So when somebody calls in and they start spewing hate speech, we are well within their rights to cut them off. Nobody should have to listen to that. It is an act of violence. Hate speech itself is an act of violence. So I would urge the City Council to please keep Zoom and the ability to comment via Zoom as part of City Council meetings moving forward, but also, feel comfortable in the ability to cut people off when they are inciting violence by utilizing hate speech. And the biggest thing is you have this right, like the right to free speech doesn't mean that you are free from consequences. And so if you're going to call in and do nothing but be hateful, then City Council should have the right to put an end to that. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment, move into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm sorry.
I don't know who was first.
I'm just going to say, I like the way it's going. I mean, yeah, would I like to add it for general comment, but I don't want to have to police right now what's going on. I don't think we've had, since we moved to agendized comments only, I think we've been pretty good. And again, like Melissa was saying, in our agenda packet says, the legislative body of a local agency may prohibit members of the public who speak during the time permitted of the agendas for public expression from commenting on matters that are not within the subject matter jurisdiction of legislative bodies. So I don't have any problem with the way it is now. If we want a value statement, I'm fine with that. I kind of agree with Mr. Dorman. I think value statements, I mean, they're fine, but I don't think we can do anything with them except say them, and that's okay. So I think we can work on that, but I'm fine with the way things are going. I wouldn't want to remove Zoom at all. And having been a mom with kids who were in sports and we were at practice during sports, I couldn't get here. So Zoom would have been very beneficial had I had it available.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. From the very, very beginning of being on council, that was something I was willing to stand up for, and I still am. And I think Zoom is all about accessibility. We do have some repeat customers, if you will, that speak at every meeting and take advantage of Zoom, and I absolutely encourage that. We also at times have people that are not willing to come in person because what they want to talk about is sensitive. I can refer to our last council meeting where there were some people that were a little nervous about speaking about a drive-through that would potentially impact their neighborhood, but they were okay with speaking online. And these were people that have never spoken up before, and I've never seen them in chambers. So I think it's got a lot of value. I definitely want to always offer that as an option as long as I'm able to do so. Regarding the current setup, the agenda item to bring back public comments to Zoom was mine. After one of the times when I brought that up, we did see some names, and as Darren mentioned, we saw some names that were very likely going to speak out in hate speech. And of course, while we can cut them off if they're going off topic, it very definitely has impact. With the first time we were hit with hate speech was when we had our senior center topic, and the chambers were filled with older adults, and there was a lot of gasping and a lot of people very upset. This is all to say that if there is a council majority at some point that's interested in looking at that again, I'm all about it. I don't see that happening right now, but I do not want to get rid of Zoom comments for agendized items. I think that's critical for the sake of accessibility. And I also think that it would be worth it for the Diversity, Equity, Belonging, and Inclusion Committee to look at a statement of values. But I also don't think it should be so long that it just becomes repetitive and loses its meaning. I think it needs to be something that can be kind of short and succinct, but still have meaning. Thanks.
So I just like what we do already. I do not agree that we bring back full public comment on Zoom. I wanted to say that citizens have a right to freedom of speech, but do not have a right to Zoom as a vehicle to express or speak before a body. There's no law or legislative authority that says so. If someone knows of said law, they can come and correct me on that, but as I know, there is not one. That being said, I do like that we have Zoom for the agendized items because we have the right to cut people off. Political speech is one of those areas that, while hate speech is not all protected under the First Amendment of the Constitution, political speech is one of those that extends a little bit further protections. So as far as cutting people off, the idea of what would deem or entice, we can cut people off is going to entice violence. People could still stand here and say hateful things because hate is interpretive right now if we don't have a policy or a procedure in place, like a city value statement or an we were trying to come up with an anti-racism policy. What you may constitute as hate may be to some person not hate, it's just their views. So it makes it difficult for us to determine, if we don't have policies and procedures in place, what we can or cannot turn off, absent someone creating a space where we have straight physical violence that's about to occur. One of the things that is really, because I sit on 2 committees with Vice Mayor Myers, and what's really important to me is access and accessibility, right? For our senior community specifically, and people who are disenfranchised, who normally don't have these spaces, to have a body. We do have emails, calls in, as Darren stated, and we have those options. But I have to do the balancing of the burden and the benefit. There was a study that came out, Scientific Reports 13, article number 4127 came out in 2023, that said the widespread ubiquity of hate speech affects people's attitudes and behavior. Exposure to hate speech can lead to prejudice, dehumanization, and lack of empathy, and propensity to attribute mental status to others has never been directly tested empirically. However, it has affected people from even stopping to come if they've been exposed to hate speech. Virtual speech has led to physical violence for the AAPI community, Black community, and the LGBTQ plus communities. So that being said, I think what we do works. I think we have public comment in person and agendized items. We keep Zoom for agendized items specifically because it has worked. But I've sat here on this dais and saw people call in that the public had no idea. And I think we should let the public know that they're calling in to do that. I believe in transparency because I think it was one caller who said, I didn't even know that was going on. I didn't know you guys were getting those. We can see the Zooms, we can see the attendees, and there were several names on one occasion that the public was not apprised of. And if you just looked at the names alone, you can see that, oh, it was about to come. So it's still there, it's not gone. Hate is never gonna go anywhere. I do agree that the value statement is gonna be just a statement that may sit statically on our website, but I think we need to make sure that we let people know. I mean, we always use we're better in Brentwood, why we're better, what we believe in. It doesn't hurt to have a value statement, and it actually sets a standard for which behavior we're not going to, and to be able to allow to enforce. So I just say we keep what we have. It hasn't not worked for us, so I think we keep going with what we got.
Councilman Orleans?
I couldn't disagree more. I agree we need to change the process of public comments. I wholeheartedly believe it was put in place during COVID to give the opportunity for the citizens to participate in a meeting that they would not have been able to participate in without having it in place. It was a great plan to put together so that the cities and we could continue to run and have public meetings. It's been pointed out by almost everybody on this dais at least 100 times. If it's important to you, these chambers are full. Danny Dorman proved it for me tonight when he came running back in. It was important for him. He made sure he was here. People absolutely that cannot attend meetings, they have other venues, like Darren pointed out. They can be emails or mailed in their comments. It's not that we don't want to hear them. We definitely want the public participation. No one's trying to silence anyone by having public comments in person. Having public comments made in person would help take away all hate speech because it takes away the anonymity of the phone. It takes away that ability to hide behind, I'm just a name that I typed into a computer. The rude, spiteful comments made by some of our usual callers doesn't promote free speech. It only promotes speech they agree with. If any speaker disagrees with them, immediately attacked, called names, and that's not promoting free speech. And anybody in the room that would like to argue that point with me, I'm sitting on this dais getting attacked and not speaking up for fear of that attack. Councilmember Pearson and I were attacked the whole beginning of our time here on the dais, and it silenced me. And I'm embarrassed that it silenced me. But it's survival of the fittest and trying to make it through a process I didn't completely understand. And I disagree. I think we should go back to all public comments made here in person, regardless of whether it's public comments at the beginning or on each agenda item.
I want to address something that has been said in the past, was said again tonight. Having been here the first night, that we were among one of many cities attacked strategically and organized by certain groups. What was stated was that it doesn't do physical harm. I was approached by no less than 3 families that were here that night. One of them had to go to the hospital because of the panic attack that she had. Her husband, both of them part of our senior community, reached out to me and expressed his fear for her health. I had one of the people that was here say that they no longer felt safe to go anywhere in the community after that. They were so afraid that they no longer went shopping. They no longer left their community, which happens to be a senior community that is a gated community, and said that they were thankful they had friends and neighbors who would do the shopping for them because they were so traumatized that they were not able to be there because they were one of the targeted groups ethnically that had survived an effort for ethnic cleansing during World War II, and named several of their family members who did not survive that ethnic cleansing. And so there are difficulties that are physical with this. I think the system that we have in place does allow for our residents that have, for whatever reason, difficulty speaking in public, difficulty getting here, difficulty with schedules, physical limitations, or anything else. I think the control that we're able to have currently with the way it's set up is still, in my opinion, more of a benefit for our community than a hindrance. So I'm in support of keeping it the way it is as well. Do we have any further, Vice Mayor?
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay. Do I have a motion on this item?
Before we make a motion, did we discuss, does anyone think we need to have a value statement or add some type of, if we do move forward, and this is not agendized, but if we do move forward with other types of statements, like an anti-racism statement, do you think it would be helpful to add a value statement in there, or to have a separate one, or just not to scrap the idea altogether?
Do you want
to? The value statement or the statement of values, I have a hard time, we can't enforce it. And we can say what our values are all we want. We can put rules up on the dais all we want, but unless we have a way of enforcing it or making it known, doing something about it, it doesn't do us any good. I don't see any value to it at all.
I guess I asked because there were a lot of things like that were statements that were made that we couldn't enforce publicly, like people saying Black Lives Matter or Me Too. That was just a statement, but it made an impact when people heard it. So I don't know. I guess that's the kind of question that I have for you all. Sometimes the statement, we can't enforce them, but they have a profound impact when people know where we stand. So that's the perspective I was coming from.
I think there is value to it. Like I said, I would like for it to be short and impactful. If it's going to be read before every council meeting, I think there should be something that basically, in short, describes our policy. If you are speaking on something that is outside of the agendized item, we have the right to cut you off, basically. But also state something in there about what are, again, that go back to the values part of it. So I do think that I think it's important. I'd like to see it.
I think it's like a reminder, like being read before each council if it's short, because, it's the reminder of the people being here. Because, I've heard people talk about staff, the color of their hair or the color of their shirt. That made didn't serve any utility to what we were talking about at all. It was just bullying, right? And as Councilmember Orleman said, when we came on, we were freaking bullied. It was crazy. So if we can remind people just by saying a statement of why they're here or what we stand for, it may be helpful. So it was just want to have the further dialogue beyond about it to see what you all thought.
Yeah, at first I thought, why do it? But I will say that after we did the freedom of speech for employees, I can't tell you how many employees reached out to me and said, thank you for just doing it, because they never felt safe coming and speaking at city council. So if it just reiterates, it's just going to reiterate what we feel is important in a public comment. Like we value your opinions. We value what you bring to the table. We will stand up against hate speech. Something like that, pretty simple. I think it's not bad. Just taking it back to that. I think that at first I was like, do we need to do it? But, again, looking back at all the employees that reached out afterwards, even employees that are no longer with the company, that said things might have been different had that policy been in place when they were here, it might have some value.
So do I have a motion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion to provide the following direction on the process for public comments made at City Council and Commission meetings and the use of virtual platforms for public comments. I am recommending that we retain our comments for agendized items, but not include public comments in Zoom. I'm not saying that very well. Hopefully you're getting what I'm saying. Maintain what we're doing already, basically, when it comes to the Zoom access. I would also like to direct staff to work with the Debbie Committee to draft a City Council Statement of Values.
I second that motion.
Okay, staff, is that a clear? Okay, thank you. So we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. The item moves. Move into item I2.
Can we take a break real fast?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, at this time, we'll move into item I2. It is consideration of issuance of a request for proposals for purchase of the former CD manufacturing building, 400 Guthrie Lane. Abraham Salinas, our senior analyst, will give the presentation for this item. Abraham?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me tonight. So as mentioned, tonight we'll be discussing the request for proposals for the purchase of the former CD manufacturing building. I'll just start with some background. So staff's following council's direction to solicit proposals from qualified developers and businesses to sell the property as required by state law. The goal is to find a suitable party to acquire and renovate the building for industrial and/or office uses, generating employment. Similar RFPs will be used for the sale of the city's successor agency-owned properties, and staff will return to the City Council only to present purchase and sale agreements for those parcels. This building is located at 400 Guthrie Lane, adjacent to the police station, and consists of over 20,000 square feet of industrial and office space. It originally served as a compact disc manufacturing building facility until operations ceased shortly after the year 2000. The city acquired the property as part of its overall transaction to purchase 9100 Brentwood Boulevard for the use of the city's police facility. The former CD manufacturing building was then transferred to the Brentwood Redevelopment Agency for future development potential. With the dissolution of redevelopment agencies in 2012, the property is now owned by the Brentwood Successor Agency and is obligated to sell the property for the benefit of the taxing entities. So this property is located across the Harvest Commerce Center and also near Brentwood Boulevard. This is a major north and south arterial in the eastern end of the city. And this prime location offers a future owner the potential to renovate the building for a variety of uses, as shown here. It's equipped with 2,200 amp electrical service, 20-foot ceilings, and about 12,000 square foot clear span, which could be converted for a single purpose or, as mentioned, a multi-use light industrial, manufacturing, or office purpose. So there's potential uses for the property maximize property tax valuation and higher wage job creation in the city of Brentwood for a variety of uses, as mentioned. Given the strong demand for light industrial and office spaces citywide, coupled with consistently low vacancy rates, the city is seeking an experienced owner or business to acquire and transform the property. So staff prepared the request for proposals included as attachment 4 in the staff report, and we're currently conducting due diligence and determining the value of the property. The purpose of the RFP is to find the most qualified buyer who will renovate the building for the uses mentioned, and the project would also attract further investment into the Brentwood Boulevard corridor. So if approved by the City Council tonight, staff will publish and advertise the RFP with proposals due within 60 days. A staff selection committee will then review the submitted proposals and conduct necessary interviews. Then staff will enter into closed session and schedule that with the City Council to discuss price and terms. And then we'll return at a later date with the purchase and sale agreement. Due to the fact that it's a successor agency-owned property, it will then go to the County Oversight Board for review, and then eventually the State Department of Finance. So this surplus property, along with 13 others, are now available on the city's website. Details such as the APN, acreage, zoning is all available on the website, as well as the city's proposed form of disposition or sale. So tonight's recommendation is for the City Council or the successor agency to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the executive director or designee to issue a request for proposals for the sale of the successor agency-owned property located at 400 Guthrie Lane. That concludes my presentation, and staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there clarifying questions of staff?
Yeah, I have some questions. You don't have an appraised value yet?
Not yet.
What, now you're saying we're obligated to sell it. How much time do we need to sell it? Like, when does the state say we have to sell it by?
So, Abraham, I'll take this one. The state, when they eliminated redevelopment agencies, what the law says is as judiciously, as quickly as possible. So we're many, many years past that. And so what we're bringing forward tonight is, I mentioned this in the other council meeting when we talked about the property on the corner of Walnut and Oak. There will come a time that the state will say, hey, local agency, you have not disposed of the properties according to the state law, which says, do it as quickly as possible. And the state could then pass a law that allows then the state to determine how these projects would be sold to, whereas right now the city council still plays a key part in that. So there's nothing in the law that says a date-specific council member, but it does say it's supposed to be done as quickly as possible.
When was the last time we had the property appraised?
So we have the property appraised a number of years ago, and we are working on a broker's price opinion. I'd rather not disclose that at this time. As a result, as if we go with an RFP, I really would like to see what someone would be offering for the property.
Okay, is it an option for the city to buy the property
At
before it
any-
even goes out to RFP?
At any time, the city council could, I don't know if it's on the agenda tonight, but if they wanted to, they could give us direction to not issue an RFP and then bring it back for city council's discussion and probably closed session related to purchasing a property.
Okay, thank you.
Any further clarifying questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the speaker timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I do not have any in-person speaker cards. I do have a hand raised in Zoom. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. If I recall correctly, isn't this the building that we were going to submit to the county as a potential site for a teen center? And at the time, it was described as being very perfect for that. So my understanding in reading the staff report was that this building is a must sell, but now I'm hearing that it's possible for the city to acquire the building. With that in mind and understanding that it is such a nice site for a teen center, would that be something that the city could consider? And I hope to hear some discussion of that tonight. And I'll go ahead and not drag on because apparently that's bad. Thanks.
I have no other hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, go into council discussion.
I think we've all heard that the public, the residents want a youth center. And Rod just mentioned it, which is funny that he thought the same thing I did. But I would like to not sell the building. I would like to explore how much it costs and see if there's a way for the city to buy the building. I think that when we look around, there really is no other place for a youth center. I mean, we talked about putting one where the amphitheater is going to go, but the expense of an existing building versus building a new building. I also love the proximity to La Paloma. Those are our kids that are in the most need for things to do. And I like the proximity to the police station. I think that would be a good synergy for the kids too, and having them close by. So my recommendation would be to not issue an RFP and to explore what the value is and see if there's any financing available to purchase and consider putting in a youth center, because we know that, Supervisor Burgess isn't interested in doing one in Brentwood. So it's going to be up to us. The county's not going to be there to save us. So now that we know that, we really need to figure out how to help the kids in Brentwood.
Thank you. So yes, Rod is right. That was the site that we were hoping that the county would agree to use Measure X funds on to give us a youth center. It was something that we had all hoped. One of the best things about that site is when we did a survey of all of the youth through schools and whatever means we could do to connect with young people. There was a lot of interest in things that we were kind of surprised about. They wanted rock climbing, which means a tall ceiling. They wanted basketball. They wanted access to kitchens where they could learn how to cook and places that they could plant. And we did do a tour a while ago. I don't remember when it was at this point, but a while ago to actually see if any of those things would be feasible at that site. And of course, they would be. I recognize that there would be a lot of cost to repair it and an annual cost as well, but I do think we should at least explore that idea because part of the concern too is if you look at the neighborhoods that is so close right there, some of these other uses could be a little bit more intrusive, and I think we should be careful about that as well. And I know that there is parking issues and there was discussion about removing landscaping. That came up when we did the tour and the consideration of the youth center as well. This is all before we were proposing this to the Board of Supervisors and before they went somewhere else. Although I think it's not official. I don't think they've actually said it. It's pretty clear we're not going to get it. So I would support that too, but I do think we need to get a lot more information before we can make that call. Thanks.
I think that I would love to see more information regarding that potential opportunity.
I'm not, all we're discussing is whether to put this out for an RFP or to put it out for bid. The only problem I'm having with retaining the building and then having to purchase the building and then having to fix the building in the middle of the sports complex, in the middle of the amphitheater, in the middle of all the other projects we have going, can we truly afford to take on another multi-million-dollar project to put in a youth center? I'm just asking the question.
Hey, you tell us, you're in the budget committee. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't going to speak, but I did want to say, I wanted to ask a question of Darren. If someone were interested or purchasing, do we need an RFP for anyone to make an offer on that piece of property?
So anyone could make an offer. For a little bit of background, so the city council met in closed session and gave us direction unanimously to move forward with the sale of all these properties. And we described that, especially this one being kind of a high-profile project, we wanted to bring the RFP back to the city council prior to actually putting it out on the street. We have a number of folks that are very interested in this building for a variety of different type of uses. We've told them, hold off, don't provide anything to us until we could come to the city council to have this draft RFP kind of blessed by the city council, because I would hate to go through that process and then come back and then the council say, well, no, we don't want to sell the building. So I will tell you the rest of the properties, this is off agenda, we plan on moving forward and using an RFP, but we don't plan on coming back to the city council. We only did this one as we described in closed session so that you kind of knew what the process looked like and what the RFP looks like. Thank you, City Attorney.
And just so we're staying close to the agenda topic, right? If the council does not wish to move forward with an RFP at this time, you should certainly feel free to indicate that, but we really shouldn't be getting into details about possible other uses by the city right now, because that's not on the agenda and other stakeholders may want notice of that. So to just bring it back.
So we can deny the RFP and then do a future agenda item with the questions that we have? Okay. So then I would make a motion to sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
So there was a question asked related to the value. So an old value of the building was around $2 million, and we believe it's much more than that. Again, I don't want to disclose exactly how much we think it is if we are going to sell it so that we put out information. But, somewhere in the $2 to $4 million range is probably the value of the building, and there are some things that need to be done. It's not there'll need to be significant improvements for anyone who purchases the building, be the city or a private developer, to make the building, to get the building to a point where it could be occupied for, some type of business or local government use.
So I do have a question. And I know this follows on the heels of what you just said. Is it possible, if we do put it out for RFP, that we can choose not to accept any of those?
So in this case, it's a little bit different. It's since it's a former redevelopment agency parcel, and since we're going through the process, if someone was to offer the city council a full price offer, I think that there is a possibility that someone could say, hey, you need to sell this. That being said, I think at that time, the city could always say, well, we could buy it instead of selling it. You would just have to match the price. The whole idea with redevelopment agencies being eliminated is that the taxing entities receive the funding from the redevelopment agency for those parcels. So in this case, we receive 16 cents on the dollar, and the majority of that goes back to these other taxing entities, including your schools and county and other type of taxing entities. So I would say that we could not just fully reject and hold on to it as a successor agency parcel. We would actually need to do one of two things: the city purchase it or sell it to a private party.
Can you talk about the zoning for that area real quick? What was it zoned for again?
Abraham will be able to answer that question.
Well, it's PD 12. It has a variety of uses, and it's in a specific sub area. I don't have it right in front of me, but it does allow for a wide variety of uses.
Do you know-
There's the Ace Hardware and so on, but
Yeah, because that's my other thing is, let's say we decide to put it out to RFP, I would actually like to review the zoning and what the council, because I do see some of the uses and some of them are concerning. I would want to go over the zoning and see if we need any rezone to make sure that it's safe for the neighborhood, that it's nothing that's going to conflict with neighbors, that they're going to be fine with it. I'd like to go over the zoning as well. I don't want to put it out to RFP. Also, if we decide we don't want it, we should be talking about what's allowable in that space, and is that the zoning we want to keep if we put it out to RFP? So, yeah, I think there's a lot more work. I don't think we're being detailed enough in the work that we're doing up here on the dais when it comes to this issue right now. I think there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think there's still a lot of more work to do.
I have a question about the zoning question. Based upon several of the new propositions that that any city is, and I'm trying to keep it to this topic, okay, I can't say any city because, so we are limited significantly by the state on what we can do in certain areas of zoning. What liberties do we have to do what Councilmember Mendoza said? Is what are the boundaries that we can operate in as far as a rezone in a piece of property like this?
I'll take a little bit of a shot. I think that the city runs into the possibility of the oversight board looking and saying that the city council possibly might be reducing the value of a property, which could cause them concern. I think there's a lot of legal questions that if the council has changed and decided that you'd like more information for this property, we can do that. And I think that some of those might be, a legal memo directly to council providing it. If the council wants to look at zoning, you always could. But the interesting part here is that the state eliminated redevelopment agencies, hoping that the funds would go back to these local agencies. And maybe Katie could take it from there.
I would just add that to the extent the council finds itself very hemmed in by state law when it comes to residential zoning, those aren't concerns we have here because this PD does not allow for residential. So it's a different set of questions we have. unlike in residential, where if you downzone one area, you have to upzone another, you wouldn't have that type of concern. But Darren's right, there could be questions raised about why the council was changing the zoning, if the council had interest in purchasing the property for the city. It's just something you would want us to look at. It's not necessarily a deal breaker.
And one of the reasons that we're going through an RFP is to have a better idea of what's being proposed by a possible user. Although the buildings were there first, residential have been developed right up immediately adjacent to the property. And obviously, as we've been talking with interested users, we've talked about the last thing we want to do is to create some type of incompatibility with the adjoining property owners. However, it was an industrial building, and that's kind of what the uses are. But we're not looking for what I'll call a dirty or a loud type of use. We're really hoping to bring in with this RFP and what we've spoken with folks is a job generator. And that's the idea for the sale of the property. And if the council would like to go in a different direction, we understand that also.
Could we actually look at the zoning real quick? Can you bring up, Pete, and the municipal code? Because I'm trying to make out the map and I can't make out what it is.
Yeah, I actually have it right in front of me. It's sub-area C. If you want to share my screen, I can pull it up.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So if you can see that, I'm not sure if I can zoom in or not. So it's kind of listed right here in sub-area C. The variety of uses, as Darren mentioned, it was a compact disc manufacturing facility. But it also allows for manufacturing of food products, retail sales, light metal fabrication, and so on. And I could show you down here where it is, sub-area C on Guthrie Lane. It's this parcel right here.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you go?
Yeah. And I believe the building was built in the 1990s. And it was, in short operation.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any further discussion on this item?
I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Salinas for your presentation. And also, you just blew my mind. I never knew why it was called the CD building.
Like CDs.
Yes. It was just like,
Oh my God. CDs.
Okay. So at this time, do I have a motion on this item?
So I would like to make the motion that we don't put it out to RFP yet, based on other future agenda items, to explore a couple of more options first. And then based on those discussions, decide whether to put out for RFP or not.
We have a first.
Would that include cost?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, once we get the second, the
Okay.
future agenda item.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? It is unanimous.
And then just to clarify, council members, we have other properties that we will be moving forward, and we do not plan on bringing a draft RFP. And we'll be sending out information that'll be online related to each one of those properties.
Thank you.
And may I offer a quick clarification? We have an eagle-eyed planner in the crowd who corrected me. There's a chance the general plan may identify residential as a permissible use. The zoning does not, that is correct, but the general plan may, so that's something that we would look into, and I just wanted to be clear on that.
Thank you, and I have other questions I can just ask you at some
Yes.
other time. At this time, we'll move into item I3. And Jennifer Hagan, our senior planner, will give the presentation for the next item on the focused zoning code update. Given that we have a number of topics to discuss tonight, we will take them one at a time, and I'm going to ask for public comment on each item as we go for clarification, making sure the process is clear. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we're here to discuss a city-focused zoning code update, specifically alcohol sales, self-storage facilities, and drive-throughs. In January of 2023, the City Council provided direction on reinitiating the city's zoning code update, including a new focused and phased approach. And then in November of 2023, the City Council provided further direction on specific uses to be considered as part of that update and directed staff to present those to LUD for the initial framework on each of the topics. The 6 identified topics originally were automobile service stations and gas stations, car washes, alcohol sales regulations, self-storage facilities, short-term rental regulations, and drive-through uses. Each of those items were then presented to the Land Use and Development Committee to get direction before moving forward with code amendments. Based on LUD direction, alcohol sales, self-storage facilities, and drive-throughs were referred back to the entire council for further discussion. For tonight's meeting, we have framed each of the topics as a standalone discussion item and would like to present and receive comments as such one at a time before moving on to the next. Each report has been formatted to provide information on the background of the uses, a general discussion on the existing uses in operation, and potential development standards. In order to move forward with a focused update related to the topics before you tonight, staff needs direction on a number of items that have been outlined in each of these reports. For tonight's presentation and topics, I'm going to pass things off to our consultant, Perry Banner, from De Novo Planning Group, who's joining us via Zoom tonight. Perry, along with the Planning and Economic Development staff, will be available to discuss and answer questions at the end of each topic. Go ahead, Perry.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm just going to share my screen. And hopefully everyone can see this. Well, good evening, Mayor Bryant and members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. I know that you've had a busy night already and that there's potentially some things to talk about here, so I'm going to endeavor to keep this presentation as concise as possible. As Jennifer mentioned, we are talking about the focused and prioritized zoning code amendments that are part of a larger package of zoning code amendments that De Novo was handling for the city. Tonight, of course, we're asking the City Council to consider and provide direction on 3 particular items: alcohol sales regulations, self-storage facilities, and drive-through uses. And I'll just launch right into the first, which is alcohol sales regulations. Quick little background. Of course, the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control is the body in the state that issues alcohol sales licenses. And there's really 2 broad categories: on sale, which deals with on-site consumption of alcohol, and off sale, which deals with the off-site consumption of alcohol. And then there's a number of subcategories and subtypes that are related specifically to the sale of beer and wine, or the sale of beer and wine and spirits. Types that are related to a restaurant that might have alcohol as an incidental item, and of course, licenses for liquor stores and grocery stores, etc. Just to differentiate between the license that's required and how the city might regulate an alcohol sales establishment from a zoning perspective, any establishment that's selling alcohol in the state requires a license from ABC. And ABC, when they're considering this application, the applicant needs to demonstrate to ABC that the business location has zoning in place that actually allows the sale of alcohol. And this is generally done through a zoning affidavit from the city, and typically a copy of the conditional use permits verifying that the use is allowed. Now, Brentwood has 96 active on-sale retail licenses and 37 active off-sale retail licenses. I want you to keep in mind that some businesses have multiple licenses. For example, you might have a restaurant that has a license for the sale of beer and wine in the restaurant, another license for the sale on an outdoor patio, and maybe even another license for a catering service that it offers. And these licenses range from ones that a full-service restaurant might have, to sports bars, to the Brentwood Golf Club, and with regard to off-sale license, of course, grocery stores, pharmacies, even gas stations. What the Brentwood Municipal Code does not have, though, is a set of development standards or operational standards that are regulating alcohol sales establishments. Although the Brentwood Municipal Code does in fact dictate where these types of establishments can operate in the city, and typically requires a conditional use permit for the operation of this. And alcohol sales establishments are allowed in most commercial zones and in certain PD zones. So if the city council wishes to consider establishing development and operational standards for alcohol sales establishments, then these are some of the, as outlined in the staff report, these are some of the things that the city council may wish to consider. For example, a separation distance from sensitive uses. So a minimum separation from schools, public parks, playgrounds, and the like. And just know that ABC actually backstops the city a little bit and can in fact deny a license if it's within 600 feet of a school or playground or within the immediate vicinity of a church or hospital. The city council may also wish to have minimum separation distances from other alcohol sales establishments so that you can avoid an oversaturation of bars or nightclubs in certain areas of the city. I will say that there's no real industry standard as far as the separation distances are required. And when we look at even just the jurisdictions that are within the region, those minimum separation distances range from 300 feet to 1,500 feet, with a number of exceptions when you talk about a grocery store and how that might be slightly different from a liquor store. Some of the other things that the city council could consider are limits on the hours of operation, although I will say that ABC already prohibits the sale of alcohol from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. daily. Something that you might consider kind of a no-brainer, really, but you might want to also restrict the sale of alcohol through a drive-through window at some locations. Just to give you a sense of, again, of what other jurisdictions in the immediate area are doing, some jurisdictions don't have any regulations at all. Some do not have regulations when it comes to separation distances, but some do. And you can see Antioch, for example, has a 500-foot separation distance from on-sale or off-sale liquor establishments, but they have exceptions that are carved out. So grocery stores are treated differently, bona fide eating establishments are treated differently, and the like. So as Jennifer mentioned, the Land Use and Development Committee has considered this item already. And so they did have some suggestions. They suggested that definitions be provided to really differentiate between K through 12 schools and preschools, specifically when it comes to separation requirements. Some suggestions to create some other differentiators so that you can, there's a definition for markets, convenience stores, and liquor stores, so you can separate those. With regard to the advertisement of alcohol, there was LUD also recommended that there be stricter regulations when it comes to window signage when you're advertising alcoholic beverages, and also to consider individual regulations for specific areas. The city council may wish, for example, to create a restaurant row or to agglomerate these types of uses in the downtown area. So you might have specific regulations for some areas in the city and maybe a broader standard set of regulations for the rest of the city. So tonight in the staff report, staff of course outlined a number of regulations that the city council can consider. So as far as a couple of options for the council on this particular item, if city council wishes to support staff's recommendations, then staff will move forward with some final language to be brought before the planning commission and then back to the city council. If you wish to modify the language in any way, change or add some of these recommendations, prohibit perhaps, then we would just ask for clear and concise direction, and we'll craft that language, bring it to the planning commission, and then back to city council for final approval. So with that, I will stop sharing and bring this back to council for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, before we go into council discussion, I'm going to ask that I recuse myself from this discussion for personal and professional reasons. I'm going to exit and go to council session room, and I'll reconvene on the next topic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
she's in.
Okay, is there any clarifying questions, council, at this time regarding these items?
No clarifying question.
Okay, at this time, we will open public comments on this topic.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the speaker timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I have one in person. I'm not sure, they didn't specify which topic, but if you'd like to speak on. So I don't have any speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom on this topic.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
Now I've been left alone by my fellow LUD committee member. So I think one of the things is we wanted specific definitions of a school. So, and I think we were thinking that it's K through 12, that we wanted to have distance from someone that sells alcohol in a school. And when you look at, some not competing, but different cities, there are some that do have it, like 500 feet from on-sale or off-sale establishment for any school, park, playground, rec center, daycare center, similar uses. Stockton also has the 500 feet. I know some people have problems with parks, but at least schools, we should probably have some kind of setback. I think it's the right thing to do. I mean, study after study shows, just exposure to alcohol. And if a kid sees it every single day, you're going to impact their psyche, whether you want to or not. It's just what happens. So that's one thing I would like a setback. The other thing is when it comes to advertising, it's another thing about the exposure. I don't know if y'all remember, but the Budweiser dog got actually banned because of the way that it impacted children's psyche specifically. So advertising does impact people, and it's like, the neon lights or the fun designs. I think that we need to figure out really good regulations on what we allow in windows and those type of things, that they're not overtly kind of inviting anyone that's a minor to want to do it. So like we got to be careful about the advertising. Also just the neon signs and things like that. I don't think it should be attractive in any way to a kid, and we know kids love the neon signs. We had this discussion when it came up with the taqueria, and I still stand by that decision. I think that was way too close to a school. Study after study will tell you that it impacts kids. I couldn't do anything about the Chinese restaurant because it was already there. But, I think we found a happy medium where they can serve after a certain time when the kids are gone, which I was happy with. But those are kind of the things that I was thinking now. I don't think we need a one-size-fits-all on alcohol. I think we leave our PDs as they are today. And if someone wants an adjustment, I'm happy with making an adjustment. Just, come and speak to us. And there's places I think that if we want to rezone it for alcohol, let's rezone it if it makes sense, if it's not near school. People think rezone's a bad word. Rezone's not a bad word when you're rezoning to bring in the right business in the right spot. I think rezoning is a bad word in the city when it comes to increasing density on housing. That's when it becomes a bad word. So I think people mix that up. But I do think that we need to make the rezone process easier. And but I don't think we need a one-size-fits-all across the city right now. So those are just my opinions right now.
Councilman Orleans.
Thank you for all the work you guys just did on LUD, putting all this together. I agree with everything you said. The definition of the schools should be done by us. The distance from the schools, I have no problems with setting a specific distance. Although ABC already has one, I'm not sure how their rules work. So it does make sense to me. The already existing liquor license, and you brought up the taqueria and the Chinese, the restaurant that had a full liquor license right next to it. I do have a hard time with if there's a business already selling liquor at a particular location and then telling the business right next door to them they can't do it because they're too close to a school, I have a problem with that. If they're already existing, they're already there, I would like that to kind of be, well, there's our distance, it's been set. But I know there's a ton of work you guys put into this, but the defining of the schools from the daycares versus K through 12s, and I had no idea we had 96 on-sale licenses in the city of Brentwood. That's it.
Vice Mayor.
I actually appreciate those comments and appreciate what Led did as well. I think the mention of it not being across the board the same, I think, is critical. Because, for example, with the taqueria, the restriction was during the day, and then, of course, at 6 o'clock, when the students were no longer going to be around, that's when it was going to be allowable. But yes, the definition of the school, I think, is absolutely critical. And I think we just need to define where we're going to have that distinction and personalization per project. And I don't know how, I'm sure you guys talked about that in great length, and I would love to hear more about what was said.
We just want to keep our kids safe. And the taqueria was a hard one, right? Because it makes it incrementally worse because there's already one there and you're adding another one and it's a school, and it's just hard because, you know, parents are like, we have our kids there. The school board member called, they have problems in that parking lot. So I think that's what you're asking about, the school thing, right? It's
kind of in that too, because I think the definition again is critical. But I think when you're talking about the policy not being across the board the same, and we're looking at all these little nuances like time of day.
Yeah. Well, here's the hard thing for me on this one. And I've talked to Darren about the process with our city. I just hear feedback that things are hard. Right? So if someone comes to us and says, I want a liquor license in this spot, it's not zoned for it. I don't understand why it should take a year to go through that process. I think it should be real quick. Do we want liquor there? Do we not? Come to council, go to planning commission. They think it's cool. Go to city council. They think it's cool. It should be fast. I don't know why that takes so long, right? Because I think it's going to keep businesses from coming, but I think every business is different. So I think that then the council and the planning commission should have a say, like, you know what, that business adds a ton of value. And yeah, they're going to sell liquor, but look at the way the business model works. And you're going to have different business models. And if the business model is something that benefits the city, I think then we should do it with a CUP. But I don't think it should take a long time to get through. And I guess that's my concerning thing here is I hear in other cities, it's pretty fast for a business rezone. I hear here it can take up to a year. And that's why it's like, I want to make things easier, but I also don't want to let businesses in that we might not want. But, oh, wait, now it's already approved, so I got to let it go, right? So I just, I don't know how you all feel about that. How do we speed up the process for a liquor license where it's not approved, but it's going to be a dang good business for the city? And we want to rezone that.
But part of it's also going to be where it is in the city.
Yes.
And that's a huge part of it too. So again, there's those nuances. Darren, you look like you're going to say something.
I would just remind you that we look at things objectively and we don't look at subjective. So when a business comes in, one that you like or dislike, we treat them exactly the same. And we bring them through the process. So if the city council wants to set standards that we can look at, but I don't think a year for a rezone is a long time. And Jennifer and Alexis could tell you, you know, there's a process for that. And a year actually would not be that long. But I think just, you know, businesses look at past council meetings and planning commission meetings and they make determinations on that. And so I think people would be very hesitant right now to bring a rezone to the city.
So how do we make, so I guess it's outside of this liquor thing. It's another agenda, and it's actually my future agenda item, right, on businesses. How do we make it less than a year? Because what I hear from other cities is it doesn't take a year. So why does it take a year in Brentwood?
It doesn't. So just to clarify,
Okay.
it does not take a year in Brentwood. Every project's different. So if a project needs a mitigated negative declaration or an EIR, that is what drives the schedule. CEQA will drive the schedule. If it's exempt from CEQA, it could take 2 to 3 to 4 months once we get a complete application. Some applicants can get a complete application together the day they submit it. Some applicants, it can take 6 months to get a complete application, and we work with them very closely on how to do that. We haven't had any businesses request a rezone in recent memory, but it doesn't take a year. It takes whatever time that particular application takes based on the particular. So CEQA is a big driver of timeline. The applicants themselves and their level of experience, of sophistication in putting an application together matters. So other cities, their timelines will vary for the very exact same reasons. So if you want it to be quick for businesses to rezone, one thing would be to not have it go to Planning Commission, but that's their duty. They have to make a recommendation to council. And this isn't really on the agenda tonight, so Katie's giving me a look, but the short answer is it doesn't take a year.
So I guess, is there a way, because you have these applicants, and I'm sorry, it's what I've heard. I'm sorry about that. But, okay, let's say, like I think about, we go to Yoshi's, right? We go to Yoshi's all the way to Jack London Square because we love it. We think it's a great venue. They sell alcohol. If Yoshi's wanted to come somewhere here in Brentwood, so for example, there's the empty furniture spot over by the Rayleighs, and they said, we want to open a Yoshi's here in Brentwood. I think that business is, I mean, they're probably never going to do that, but I think that business is amazing, right? They bring in different cultures, they bring in music, but they sell alcohol. I don't even know if alcohol is approved there at the Raleigh Shopping Center. Let's say it's not, and it's not. I feel like they come in, they fill out their application. Is there a way to come to Planning Council quickly and say, do you have the appetite for a rezone of this type? And then we'll go back. Not that you're approving it, but is there an appetite for it? And then once you know, then I think it would move faster, or no?
So we've had that discussion many times with the city attorney's office. And the problem with that, the challenge with that is the council would be providing an opinion on a matter that would be eventually in front of them. So in concept, it would likely speed things up if council said, we absolutely don't want to consider a rezone in this neighborhood for XYZ. Applicant, don't spend the money, don't take your time. But that's fraught, because then council would be giving direction before a public hearing happened, before they had all the evidence like CEQA, like the findings. And council is not supposed to weigh in on projects that will be coming before them someday.
Could we have a subcommittee with planning?
So I think we're getting really far off of this particular agenda item request, this particular agenda item, and you have a future agenda item request that may be able to encompass some of these questions.
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out, because I think what I'm reading is staff suggestion is to make one size fits all, right? And I really like the PDs, but that's what it feels like I'm being asked to do, like the PDs go away?
No, that's not in staff's recommendation.
Okay, sorry, then I might
at
have
all.
misunderstood
No,
that.
that's not in staff's recommendation, is that PDs go away. So CUPs by their nature are not one size fits all. A conditional use permit is relative to the environment and the context in which it's located, relative to the potential impact. So that's why a CUP review of X business on X street may be very different than the same exact business in another neighborhood, because it's context specific, right? So by their nature, they're not one size fits all, but they do have to be objective. We have to make objective findings. You have to make objective findings to support your decisions. And zoning by its nature is something that applies to everybody in that zoning district, right? But I wouldn't characterize it as one size fits all, because that's why you have multiple zoning designations, right? So you have PDs, you have commercial zoning, and business park. You have multiple zoning designations, so it isn't just one size fits all. It's tailored to the uses you want to see in that district, right? And so the PDs are not being recommended to go away.
Okay.
But if we make amendments through the zoning ordinance update process that makes those PDs inconsistent with council direction. So let's say you define schools a certain way and it's a opposite definition, let's say in a PD, that PD may need to be amended to make it consistent with the direction council wants to go.
Okay, so I guess I misunderstood where it says on page 2 and 9, allow for consistency and more easily understood regulations. That part was, I guess that was a little confusing for me.
Okay, so based on the discussion at LUD, some of the discussion at LUD had concerns with some of the inconsistencies that we currently have that appear to not be business friendly within our city. For example, you can have a PD that has 2 different sub areas. It's the same exact shopping center. They share parking. One building would require a conditional use permit for a restaurant serving alcohol, and 50 feet away in the adjacent building would allow for a restaurant with alcohol. Both of these buildings are nowhere near nowhere near schools. And the PDs have been in place for 15 years. So we don't have the complete background of why they have that different zoning, when really it's just a drive aisle that separates these 2 buildings. And so in order to be more business friendly and proactive in attracting businesses to the city, one option that staff was suggesting was to, for restaurants specifically, is if for the PDs outside of the Innovation Center, outside of the streets of Brentwood PD, and outside of downtown, was to automatically permit all restaurants serving alcohol to be allowed everywhere in the city outside of those 3 zones, except for those PDs or those businesses that were in a certain separation distance of a sensitive use. So if you do have a restaurant that wanted to go in and they were not within, say, 500 feet of a school, they could go in without going to Planning Commission. It would make certainty for businesses coming to the city a lot greater. To answer one of your questions about kind of, not the unfriendliness, but when somebody comes in and wants to open a business and we say, unfortunately, you're in one of those PDs, it requires a conditional use permit. The conditional use permit can take 3 to 6 months to get approval. Those 3 to 6 months, that business is typically required to pay rent without any guarantee that the Planning Commission or the City Council will ever approve their alcohol sales. And so if alcohol sales is needed and they could not, make a living without that portion of their business, they're going to leave because it's that uncertainty. And you're not going to find a landlord that's going to lock in their lease without having them pay that rent while they're going through the process. So that's why staff was saying if there is that concern and we do want to be a little bit more business friendly, then we could allow restaurants to be automatically permitted to serve alcohol. There's different options or exceptions that the City Council could consider, and one of those would be distances within a sensitive use. And then if they are within that area, then those specific uses would then go for a CUP and require Planning Commission approval.
I'd have concerns with saying all restaurants can have alcohol. Because we know that there's some restaurants that are in areas that people have already told me they don't want it, right? And once you do it, we get no choice. I think that we need to talk about the item later is how do we make it faster than 3 to 6 months should be our challenge, not let's allow it everywhere. I think how do we make it easier for the businesses coming? And how do we as a council help you reprioritize when we have all of these projects to make those float to the top when it comes to processing? Because I do want them coming, but I also have concerns about making it one fell swoop, like all restaurants get a liquor license. Because again, during my day job, we would frown on that. Like we protect responsible drinking. We really, really try to. It's our mantra because we don't ever want to go back to prohibition. And once you say everyone gets it, you're going down that path again. It's like I think it's crazy people can leave a restaurant with a container that's closed and put it in their car and go somewhere. I think that's insane too, but that's not me. That was COVID. So, I don't know. It's up to what the rest of the council thinks too. I like the 500 feet from at least K through 12. is a good start. I don't know how you feel about that. The advertising, I think, is important. Not only is it for the psyche of the people walking by, especially the children, but it's also like, what do we want our city to look like? And we have signage policies, so like, let's just keep enforcing that.
Councilmember Mendoza, can I clarify when you stated within 500 feet of residential? LUD in the staff report talked about the Innovation Center, downtown specific plan, and PD 6, which includes the Rayleigh Shopping Center and streets of Brentwood, would not be included with that 500 feet as you described.
Yeah,
Is that-
correct.
okay.
Oh, so then I guess Yoshi's could open at the old furniture store and that would be okay.
Based upon LUD's recommendation, correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of Jennifer? In the recommendation that you're making as far as people being able to come in and just do that, the restaurants, I mean, is there any consideration of like higher concentration area?
We did not really consider that for the restaurant portion of it. I think it would be something we would, well, I guess our recommendation for the off sale, it was a different recommendation. For the off sale, we did want to go ahead and require a conditional use permit for liquor stores and convenience stores, but then allow off sale at grocery stores and specialty markets. The higher concentration typically is more of a concern when it comes to off sale and not necessarily on sale. So that was not something that staff was necessarily concerned of, and something that we really haven't seen a problem here in the city, just based on economic markets. You're not probably going to get 5 Italian restaurants in the same thing, but you could have successfully 5 different types of restaurants within the same center and have them all be successful.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the definition of a school, though? Because I agree with what you're saying, but I think that we haven't covered that one yet. Does staff have recommendations on what that would look like?
Yeah, so within the staff report on page 205, we do have recommendations for some definitions, and these would be related to only our alcohol provisions within our code. Yeah, I could probably share my screen if that would be easier.
While you're looking for that, is where the Safeway is downtown, is that considered part of the downtown corridor also?
No. Safeway is not as part of the downtown specific plan.
I think about that place and why don't we include that, like the Innovation Center, the Rayleigh Center? Just curious. So now you have this up. We can talk about it after we go through this.
Okay, so here we did provide 3 suggested definitions, which you could use or not use based on the direction you go. But we provided definitions for daycare centers for children, which it did not sound at LUD that it was recommended to have a separation from private daycares. Private daycares are more fluent. Private daycares can go into areas like the streets of Brentwood and can go in, pop up, leave. So it's a little bit more difficult to have separation of businesses like a child daycare center that may be a little bit more fluid than established schools. Then we did provide definitions for private educational facilities, which are K through 12 private schools, and then public school facilities, which are K through 12 public schools. Both of those are typically more established. Once they're there, they're not going to go anywhere. So providing separations from those is a little bit easier to maintain and provides a little bit more kind of fundamental understanding of the future and where it's going to be, where the daycare centers can pop up, they can leave, they can come, and they can go.
How do you all feel about, so I'm in on private and public schools. How do you guys feel about the daycare? I'm torn on that one. I'm not sure what to do with the daycare center one.
So I am 100% in support of the K through 12, but I think, and I could be wrong, but ABC is like 600 feet from a K through 12 or something like that. Although I'm not asking to change it, I'm just stating it's fine. 500 feet's good. The daycare issue I have is, I mean, I take my grandkids to daycare and I walk them in the door and I walk them back to my car. I don't see, I'm not going to hand her a lunchbox and send her off to daycare and see how she does when she gets home. So I think as explained, the movement of those daycare centers, maybe into the streets of Brentwood, maybe into other areas, would be extremely challenging for restaurants that want to serve alcohol. Oh no, there's a daycare now, but there wasn't one last week. 2 months from now, they go out of business and it's gone. A school is going to be there for a long period of time, and we need to protect those kids. I just think that daycares have a little bit different control of the children going to and from.
I would agree on the streets thing too. I think we talked about that another time, and that does make sense. We would hate for someone to not be able to come into the streets based on one thing or the other, like who was there first. But I am concerned, like thinking about the facility, if you will, that was by the taqueria. Where would that be? Where would that fall?
So the facility closest to the taqueria would be a child daycare center, but you do have right behind that, you had Edna Hill, and it was within 500 feet of that school. So in that specific instance, the daycare itself, although it was also within that, the actual K through 12 would have kicked in that provision.
And I think part of it too that was confusing is they also offered after-school programs and tutoring and things like that as well, which kind of throws another wrench. Okay. I could also agree to definitely support the private educational and the public schools and let the daycare center go.
And just to add economic development, if you restricted alcohol sales next to a facility that was providing some type of services to youth, then you could start talking about other type of recreational facilities, karate shops, tutoring. We have those. I have a list of probably a dozen that want to go into every single center here in Brentwood, and you would basically eliminate any type of future alcohol. And when I say alcohol, very specific restaurants to come into those facilities, and we have many of those that want to come in too. So I think that's the way you're going, but I just at least wanted to mention for economic development purposes, you would basically, if you wanted to implement something like that, just know that what you have today is probably all you will have for the future as relates to eating establishments.
Even more of a reason than to let that go for economic development.
So I have a question now about the CUP. So if we do say CUP across the board for alcohol licenses, for restaurants or, whatever, my concern is we are here now and we pay a lot of attention, but I've been watching these meetings for years, and there was years that people just rubber stamp and accept everything. Can we make it a CUP, and then if there's homes within us, because that's my concern, is these places that go in near homes. Could we put in some language in a CUP about notice to residents within X amount of feet, or public outreach, things like that, where there's homes within a certain area too? Because that's my concern too, is I want the people to get a say, and right now, it might not even be with the CUP, and then tomorrow it is with the CUP. How do we let them know that we're changing? And where do they, so a lot of these PDs came about because people had a voice. So how do we not take away their voice and make it easier for businesses? That's what I'm trying to do. But I don't want to cut out the resident, because this is, at the end of the day, it's their city. So how do we do that?
Adding a
Before you answer, can I ask one clarifying?
Uh-huh.
Are you talking about a citywide CUP for restaurants?
Well, I think we want consistency, right? That's kind of what you're asking. That's kind of what they're asking for. So I'm trying to figure out how do we,
Right, but it is for the citywide minus the 3 development
Yeah,
areas.
the
Okay.
schools, yeah, the 500 feet thing. Yeah.
So Jennifer can talk about the planning side. I will talk about the business-friendly side. Mostly every business that comes forward, it says, show me a place that doesn't require a CUP. A CUP brings in uncertainty, and it requires additional cost and time for any type of applicant. It's just the way it is. You know, we had one recently. A CUP is a discretionary act of the legislative body, and either the Planning Commission or City Council can deny that. And that takes additional time through a process and cost. So I would tell you, adding a CUP, if, you know, using your words of being business friendly, that is not looked upon from the business interest as being business friendly.
So could you come to us with a city map saying, these are the areas businesses want it? And then we can decide if we want to rezone those areas. Like if you have, like you're saying people are coming, so let's look at those areas. Do we relook at that PD and get the resident feedback? And if no one comes in and says anything, then like, okay, it's good to go. Let's add alcohol sales. How hard is that to do?
So if we were to move forward with something, you know, like I had described, all of this would be rezoning text amendments. So as part of the direction, you know, it wouldn't necessarily be feasible to send notices to every property within the city, but we could do extensive, you know, community outreach. We could do social media things with maps of all of the PDs that allow it and have the public come in. I mean, that's what our public hearing process is for. And at that time, if maybe there was some that were higher concerns than others, maybe we would have two different classifications. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do it. I mean, I think tonight, if we get direction from council and kind of what you're looking for as a whole, I think we could go back and come up with something I think that we could make work, that we could do public outreach, that we could make sure everybody is involved, everybody is aware that we're going to be making these changes, and make sure that everybody's voice is heard. But yeah, there is absolutely a million different ways that different cities do it. And so I think if we can get some direction on what you're looking for, we definitely can come up with something.
I guess I'm looking for like what areas of the city or businesses coming to you and saying, I would have done it had there not been a CUP, because it would be easier for me to opt something like to say, hey, community, the Safeway shopping center downtown, I don't even know what's allowed there or not, but you know, we're getting a lot of requests there, or, you know, there's those pads over by the Rotten Robbie, or like I'm looking at places that are being built out. Why can't we just look at those areas and be very targeted on that? If we know that there's people looking at them, why can't we do those?
So you can, but, and I think Darren can speak to this. So Brentwood has a very low vacancy rate and is very desirable. So these commercial centers are turning over tenants regularly, right? And so what we hear or people approach us to find a particular location, maybe because something is open or for lease or there's a pad, then that could change 6 months later when there's a vacancy at a different center. So you can certainly target your discussion and your consideration to certain PDs in the city. But overall, there are only a few commercial corridors in the city of Brentwood, relatively speaking, right? There's a few shopping centers, there's a few vacant pads that we're dealing with. So what you're describing is something we could do moving this forward on a city-wide level, because there really only are a few commercial corridors that we're talking about in the city: Sand Creek, Brentwood Boulevard, Lone Tree Way. And we've made recommendations for potentially streamlining some of those PDs, made recommendations for adding new development standards so it doesn't, to the zoning code, right? So when it doesn't matter who's considering that CUP in the future, if these development standards are put into the zoning code, those businesses would have to comply with those, no matter who's making the decision on the CUP, right? So that's one way development standards are helpful for continuity over time. It's not up to a particular planning commission who may feel like rubber stamping everything or not. These are standards that have been adopted in the code, and this is what businesses need to comply with to move forward with a CUP. So you can certainly focus on particular PDs, but if that's what you want to do, but I don't know if it's necessary if you give us the direction that we can then apply and come back to you with how this does impact shopping center X or shopping center Y. The other thing that I'm hearing that I think would be helpful to staff is if we knew what your bigger picture goals were for this process. Because what I'm hearing is a slightly different idea or focus than maybe we might have had 18 months ago. So if the primary goal for this process is to be business friendly, we could define what that is with council, and our recommendations may be different. If the primary goal of this process is to restrict the access to alcohol in the city as much as possible, then our recommendations might be slightly different. So that might be helpful, and I'm not telling council what to do or put on your agenda this evening, but if the goal really is to be business friendly, there's ways to do that that might not be consistent with what these recommendations are, for example.
Yeah, because you know where the Jack in the Box is on Balfour? You know, there's that empty pad and there's houses right behind it. So how do you work with that, right? Like, let's say someone wants to open a bar, it's gonna be loud, it's right near houses, and they're allowed to have a liquor license because now we allow it. How do we deal with that one?
So that's separation distances and the performance standards, right? And hours of operation. So those are built in, right? And so you can, I don't know if you want to share your screen and show what some of those recommendations are, but that's how you build in the performance standards. So you create objective standards that projects are reviewed against, right? And there'll be flexibility because one size doesn't fit all. But if you don't want bars with nighttime entertainment next to residential, then you build that into the performance standard. You want a separation requirement for those uses as we define them. You have to define them. And Jennifer can show you what some of those performance standards that we're recommending. That way, those are codified in the zoning ordinance, and no matter who's moving forward, whether it's X business or Y business, they have to comply with those standards to move forward in the process.
And Alexis, can I ask one question? You also could have different standards for an establishment that's a bar that has no food versus a restaurant versus off-site, right? Those are three.
Yes, and that's what we would
different.
recommend.
Okay.
Yeah, so within our staff report, we didn't actually get into that level of detail, providing recommendations for each of those, but all of those are possible. Ultimately, staff really, when we're talking about the CUP, is only talking about full-service restaurants. Full service, you serve food at all times during operation. Kids are allowed, adults are allowed. If it becomes a bar, if they have music and live entertainment, that is not typically something that is within a standard full-service restaurant. So typically that is something that would require a conditional use permit anywhere in the city. And so we are trying to streamline more the single restaurant users. We are not proposing any modifications to streamline bars, to streamline entertainment venues or anything like that. We are just trying to make it a little easier for regular restaurants to go in. Some of the options that you could consider is if you're not comfortable with just allowing it across the board, one of the suggestions that we had talked a lot about was saying you can allow a full-service restaurant anywhere in the city if it's only open till 10 or 11 o'clock at night. And then if they want to be open later than that, then that kicks in the CUP requirement. And so that would, typically 10 o'clock is our noise ordinance. So, 10 o'clock is, I've seen some cities, I've seen other cities have 11. Currently our downtown is 10 o'clock. In downtown, you can have a restaurant serving alcohol till 10 o'clock. If they want to be open past 10 o'clock, they have to get a conditional use permit. So almost every single business in downtown right now currently has a conditional use permit. And so if they get rowdy, if they're getting out of hand, we can always review those conditions of approval. So if it's not something that you're comfortable just saying restaurants open till 2 o'clock anywhere in the city, you can set hours of operation standards. You can also set some of the sensitive use separation requirements. If you want to say, hey, if you're within 100 feet of a residential zone, which the pads by Jack in the Box, those are all directly adjacent to those surrounding ones. You could say if you're within 100 feet or if you're within 50 feet, then those you could require a conditional use permit. So these are all kind of exceptions that we could set or we could discuss.
Amanda, could you share my screen for a moment? So just for some examples of what that looked in our report here. So hours of operation, as Jennifer said.
It's not up anymore.
So hours of operation, as Jennifer said, you can incorporate those standards into the municipal code where you limit hours of operation for certain types of uses. You can also add performance standards that address live performance or amplified music. As Jennifer said, we have some examples of separation of from other alcohol establishments, whether it's 300 feet, 500 feet, 1,500 feet, can also be incorporated. Separation from sensitive uses, we've talked about a couple times. One of those uses, as you said, Councilmember Mendoza, may be residential uses. So those are all very standard and typical and things that we can incorporate into the municipal code without having to be precise about a potential operator or a potential brand of a restaurant. It would apply to anyone in these categories.
I like where this is going, actually. I think this discussion is really productive and helpful. I would say if I was thinking about the goals, I would say to try and make things easier for businesses, but also to make sure we're being very sensitive about kids and their exposure to alcohol and alcohol advertising. So I support what you're talking about with those additional conditions of time of day, distance to homes, and sensitive uses, that kind of thing. I think we're onto something. It feels like it's going in the right direction.
I would definitely support putting especially on the major corridors, that exactly what you were saying, and just giving you the guidelines of how far away from a house do we want it to be, the hours that it operates, and the bar or restaurant, we'll just make it restaurants and call it good. The one question I'm still going to have, and it's going to keep coming up because it's the way Brentwood is, in that shopping center where the Jack in the Box is, there is an Italian restaurant that serves alcohol and has a bar and doesn't have any problems and is very close to the houses. And so, I don't know. I don't want to throw a wrench in the middle of it, but
I don't think it's quite as close to the houses as the other pad that they're talking about.
right. That
But
one's
yeah.
right up on the other side of the fence. And the noise difference may be a little bit different that close, but we're still changing the rules and they're across a driveway from each other.
But if distance is part of it, then that just gets incorporated into the language, correct?
Yeah, so I believe your concern more is if we do move towards the direction of creating a consistent type zone, what happens to the restaurants that are currently in a zone that have no restrictions? They have no hours of operation. They have no distance requirements from sensitive uses. They could have been operating in that location for 20 years, and they could have had no problems. And by us changing their PD to now all of a sudden add some of these benchmarks, it could have the potential to make those properties legal nonconforming. As part of this, that's one of the things that we're going to be looking at after we get direction from you. We would probably come back with the final draft, and we would have some different options on what we could do in those legal nonconforming cases. We do have the lists of all of the existing licenses within the city. One of the options is just to say, if you have a current license, then you can maintain it. If you sell it maybe, then the new person would have to get a conditional use permit, or we could just say it's grandfathered in owner to owner. So there are a lot of different options, but that is something when cities are considering making wide scale changes, it does come up. But it is something that is kind of the next step down the road, but it does definitely have a potential to impact a very large amount of businesses. And so if we do move forward with making wide-scale changes, that would be something that we would most likely reach out. We have the addresses and the locations of all of the current licenses, so that would be something most likely we would do targeted outreach to all of those existing uses.
Yeah, I mean, I do like where we're going, but like I look at places like Lone Tree where the Winco is, like go for it. There's no houses there. Like I got no problem with it, right? If you guys came to me with someone today, I don't think I'd have a huge problem. I mean, I think people would have had more problems with the gas station going in than they would with a restaurant. Or, I mean, I would even take a karaoke bar or something, right? It's like, that would be fine. And then I look at places like the Safeway downtown, like the area close to school might be 500 feet, but the area far over by where the Willie's and the Mountain Mike's is, that's far enough and on a different street. I would be fine with that. So how are we gonna differentiate like on that one where I'm totally fine with it, like on the far side, I don't think there's a problem at all, versus the close side that's like within 500 feet?
Well, that would be how you would differentiate, would be the
Okay.
distance. So you would define how you measure. So in that instance, you're giving an example where you wouldn't measure property line to property line, you would measure door to door, door
Okay.
of the business to the school. And anything outside of that 500 feet would be permitted if, or 1,000, let's just say 500 for the point of conversation. So that's how you differentiate, is that you've set a distance requirement from a sensitive use, in this case, a school, and you say no alcohol sales of any kind, with, if that's what the direction you want to go, within 500 feet from that school. Okay, so other things would be able to pursue a location in that same shopping center if they're 1,000 feet away from that school.
Okay. When you come back, if we say, yeah, this is the direction where I go, 500 feet from schools, could you come back with a heat map showing like where these are going to be in the next agenda packet so that the public knows, okay, these things are going, these restaurants will be allowed here. And then, I mean, we're only talking restaurants, but we also have to talk about, right, like, we're going to talk about other things.
Yeah, I mean, we are only talking about restaurants in this example, but we're talking about regulating alcohol, all types of alcohol sales in the zoning code update,
And
right?
opening it up where right now it's not open, right? So, like, I mean, I don't know, like, I mean, I know it used to be a church there by the CVS, that used to be Long's back in the days, but, like, I don't even know, like, I would be fine with it there. Would it be allowed there? Is that what you're saying? Or, I guess I'm a little bit confused about that. We're saying yes, restaurants. How about like by the Winco Shopping Center or here, would you allow, like if I wanted to open a karaoke, not me, but if I wanted to open a karaoke bar, would that be okay?
So in the staff report, we do not have a map, but we did provide 2 tables within the staff report. And so it's a multi-step process. You have to look up the zone where it's at, then you have to go to the table and figure out if it's allowed or not.
Yeah.
The Winco Shopping Center is one that I was providing an example earlier. Half of the Winco Shopping Center allows it.
Okay.
Half of the Winco Shopping Center doesn't. And that's where there is a huge inequity in those 2 sections, but they all are shared parking and, you know, shared access and circulation.
Okay.
So that would be one that, you know, would make sense to make consistent. I don't know off the top of my head the Safeway here. I don't know the requirements specifically off the top of my head. While we could do a heat map of restaurants, I think based on your direction, it might be more appropriate to do more of a heat map of schools.
Yes.
And we could do that. And we could say, okay, here's a radius of 500 feet of each of the schools. And that would be a lot easier. So anything within those, you know, radius areas would require a conditional use permit. And then we could probably also do, you know, a residential commercial type zoning map that just has residential so you could see, but based on just Brentwood and the layout of our city, most of our centers are neighborhood centers, and I would say 90% of them are going to be in close proximity to a residential use.
Which I think is, you know, like for the most part, I think it's okay with restaurants. I think the next, so there's the layers, right? The restaurants and then entertainment. Because I think that's what our town is missing. So I think that's a conversation we have to have too. And I think I'm mixing them up because I want entertainment, but like I have to figure out how do we do that? How do we make it so that it's easier for the operators and it's where our residents want it? That's my next question. Okay, I guess what we should ask, are we all okay with saying 500 feet from schools? And then how do you guys feel about the signage? You agree? Okay.
I'm sorry. I agree about the signage as far as the advertising for minors. The advertising science is really clear. We got rid of Spuds, we got rid of the frogs, we got rid of Joe the camel, all for the same reasons. And because it showed, the science behind it showed that it was specifically designed to entice minors into health problematic habits. And so I agree with that as well.
And we have signage. Because we have signage guidelines right now, right? And I've sent you a couple of concerns that I had, and one of them's still there, so I'm assuming that they're okay. But how do we deal with those signages that are covering up the entire windows?
So there's two things you can do. One would be to generally regulate signs in terms of the percentage of a commercial window that can be covered, which we do have that in the municipal code, but we can make it smaller and make it content neutral. So you're not targeting particular types of businesses with those regulations. You're just saying any type of commercial business in the city can only cover 10% of the window or what have you, or have operational, open and closed signs and hours of operation. We do have sign regulations for some of our PDs, which again, that's the layer that makes everything more complex. But as part of the zoning code update, were we getting to the sign chapter? I can't remember if we're getting to the sign chapter in the zoning code update or not, the sign regulations. Possibly. So that would be one place to deal with it. So it's not, what we have to balance in sign regulations is First Amendment rights and being neutral to the content of signage, right? So the easiest way to regulate it is not targeting certain types of businesses unless there are state laws that allow us to do that, but more target time, place, and manner, right? And so the sign code would be probably the most appropriate place to do that, but that's not in this packet tonight.
Okay.
So I'm hearing about the distance requirements and the sensitive uses. So we've put together a list of things that if you provide us direction on these bigger picture questions, then we can draft some regulations and come back with some maps and see and have a more detailed discussion about whether those regulations are what you're envisioning. Because I think it's kind of, we've discussed things that could go half a dozen different ways. Right. You could do this or you could do that. So if you can give us direction, and I don't know, do you want to share your screen or your table?
Yeah, well, yeah, if you want to,
Yeah.
right now, I've just kind of.
So
put
Amanda, if you could
bullet.
share her screen. So we have that list of like those big picture questions that we can use your direction on. Like, is it a 500-foot separation requirement? Is it a CUP requirement? We have a list of what we would like direction on. And I think with that, we could come back to you with some actual draft regulations, and then you'd have a much better sense of how this works on the ground, how it affects existing businesses, how it affects process. And so we've already put that list in the staff report, and Jennifer has a table here that we could go through if that works for council to kind of focus the conversation.
So Jennifer, you're putting not quite yet, but isn't that what we were talking about?
So from what I've heard is we do not quite want to modify the Innovation Center, PD6, and the downtown. But I have not actually heard consensus on whether we want to have specific regulations throughout the entire city. I've heard consensus that we want to have 500 feet throughout the city, and that would just be on top of your existing PD. So PD that allows it right now, it would require 500 feet separation for a conditional use permit. If the PD required a conditional use permit already, there'd be absolutely no change to that zone. And so I think that is what I've heard so far, is just the 500 feet from the schools. And not to touch the Innovation Center downtown and PD. We have talked about regulations, but it didn't sound like everybody was comfortable yet quite with a consensus on maybe setting an hours of operation or the other things. It sounds like those are kind of things that sound good, but are not. I have not heard confirmation.
I might have heard I might have heard differently. Just, I was kind of along the assumption that we were, yeah, restaurants, yes, major thoroughfares, yes, on restaurants that serve alcohol, but not necessarily bars. Give us a distance, the 500 feet from schools, but I don't know what the distance we've agreed to from residents yet, but.
Yeah, we haven't come up with that. Like we were talking about the 1 year Jack in the Box, the dollar
So,
store, like,
but I mean, if we came up with a distance of, I mean, I'm trying to think where the Italian restaurant is to the closest residence. There's got to be 500 feet. No?
No. I mean, in reality, if you consider a shopping center, a drive aisle is 25 feet, parking stall is 20. And then, you know, if you have another parking stall, that's another 20. So in reality, 100 feet is probably a good distance away. That building, it might be 500, but I would say that is probably 300 to 500 feet. But I would think about 100 feet is typically appropriate when you have, you know, require your doors to be closed, when you have, you know, appropriate windows and things like that. And we're not talking about entertainment, we're talking about just a restaurant. Typically 50 to 100 feet away from a residential building is typically, I would say, appropriate.
Okay. And I wasn't measuring across Fairview, which you have houses there, it's even closer, so.
Correct. And those are the ones that I think we would want to stay away from. You're really just wanting to deal with adjacent properties. When you're across a thoroughfare, the streetcars are going to be a lot louder than any of the restaurants across the street are typically going to be.
And we're not talking about restaurants, or we're talking about just restaurants, not
Correct.
bars, not music, et
Correct.
cetera.
and I think if anyone's doing it now, they're grandfathered in unless they mess up, right? Like, I don't think that I want to take anything away.
No, but my point is that business has been doing business for a long period of time. What, 3-4 lanes across Fairview at 30 feet, 20 feet a lane, less than 100 feet. And there hasn't been a single problem to Somerset.
Yeah.
So 100 feet sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
With
100 feet sounds good.
with the hours of operation, though? I mean, are we talking about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock?
I think the 10 o'clock was good. It's what we do downtown, and then CUP, anything after that
Yeah.
for a restaurant, yeah. I mean, that Walnut Creek starts at 10, and then you can add hours if you don't mess up.
I would say we start at 10.
I don't necessarily have a problem with 10 o'clock. I'm just trying to think of if we want to seriously be business friendly and try to draw businesses in, the more restrictions we put on, the less friendly we become. And I'm a night guy. I've worked swing shift my entire life. You guys want to call these meetings at midnight? I'm just waking up and getting started. So I can't find any place to go in Brentwood after 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So do we really need to tell them they can't be open, or are they just going to close the doors because the business isn't showing up anyway? I don't know if we need the restriction. I'm not against it. I'm just saying the more restrictions we put, the less of a draw to those new businesses we are
But
going
we
to
already
be.
do that, like downtown. We already do the 10 o'clock, right? And if someone wants a CUP after, then they just get the CUP for afterwards. And then we'll analyze the area, get the feedback in from, like, if there's residents around the area. I don't think we're saying no. I just think that one should be a case by case basis.
And then another potential option could be to combine the two, to say if it's within 100 feet, it requires a conditional use permit. If it's not within 100 feet, you can maybe, you know, you can open till 10. If you're more than 500 feet, you can open till 12. If you're more than 1,000 feet, you don't have a restriction. So, I mean, there's definitely ways to do that that don't just have a specific requirement, but that are really very objective and easily measurable.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. The clubhouse, what hours did we give them? The one at Deer Ridge?
I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. It might
think
have
it
been
was 10.
Yeah, it might have been 10.
And they're pretty close to houses. Yeah. So this would be all new CUPs. Anyone who's already gotten it, they've gotten, because theirs is a CUP as well. So they had to come in and get a CUP for theirs after 9. Yeah.
And then we're talking about closing to customers at 10, but they can stick around till 11 and close out, or no?
Stop serving alcohol.
Yeah, so it's sort of hours of operation. If you're in there
Yeah.
at 10 and they close the door behind you, you get your meal and then you go, but they're not seating people all the way up until
Yeah.
midnight or
Okay.
anything like that. So again, I think this is one of the items where there's a lot of hypotheticals. So if you gave us the direction that you want separation from residential, or you want modified hours of operation in lieu of a CUP or that kind of thing, we can come back with policies that help you see how that could be implemented.
Okay.
I'm liking what I'm seeing on the list so far.
And you know, we do, I did look at the signage, maximum area 25% of any single window area with no more than 15% of the aggregate frontage window area. Any signs located within 5 feet of the window will be considered part of the window signage. I think that's fine, right? Is that what we enforce right now? Okay. Okay.
So I liked the recommendation or suggestion from Jennifer regarding the steps of distances. We do have a couple of restaurants that stay open. I also, because of my schedule, regularly am looking for someone open later than 10 o'clock other than Denny's. The Denny's outside of town. And we have Angry Chicks and Sun Kitchen. They both stay open until 11. So, but they are a great distance from everyone too. So I think that process is something I'd be interested in. Do we have clear direction on this enough for me to ask for a motion on this particular part of the item?
So then, okay, I have a question about alcohol sales with entertainment. Like, is that a next layer that we have to talk to you about next?
As part of this, if you would, staff currently sees entertainment as not part of a typical restaurant use. So,
So we have to come back, it has to be a different item?
no, we could provide that definition here to say that any type of, entertainment that includes speakers after 10 p.m. would automatically require a conditional use permit. We don't have those exact definitions, but I can tell you policy-wise, procedurally, we do not consider entertainment to be part of a standard restaurant use. It's a separate use, and so we do require a conditional use permit. We can clarify that as part of this process, just to document it and make it very easy and, a little bit more friendly to businesses, when they say, well, where did you come up with that? We can definitely clarify that if that is the intent.
I think I'm asking for a different question. I think it's gonna have to come back. I think I wanna, we don't have like entertainment, like we allow it downtown, right? Like the Emporium, Coco Wine, like all these places have music. And there was a place that I went to on Brentwood Boulevard in Sand Creek in that business center that had music. I don't even think it was allowed, but I did go, but I didn't know. And people keep asking for that. So do we talk about that? I guess that's a different conversation because we have to find something for that.
Yeah, I don't think right now we have enough information to talk specifically about specifics unless we definitely can bring something back as part of this. I know there are very specific guidelines. I know another city that I know well that has very specific guidelines on entertainment uses, regulations and standards. And so we can definitely bring that forward. I don't have that information right now to have a full discussion on it. But I think it is related to this and something that we could look into bringing back with this. And if it is something that kind of goes on its own course, we would bring it back separately.
Yeah, because I don't think that alcohol sales is the defining land use characteristic of that type of use, right? It's the bigger picture. They're not operating just to sell alcohol like a bar, right? Alcohol is part of the overall business model. So we can certainly bring it back with some more precise definitions. But it isn't distinguished just by the alcohol sales, right? It's the business model is live music or amplified music, later hours. They also happen to sell alcohol. They may or may not have food. So we can certainly, as Jennifer said, bring back some definitions of that, but it may not be something that fits so tight, it's so neatly in just the alcohol sales discussion, but we can certainly bring that back.
Because that is one of the biggest asks, is especially the younger from 20 to 35-year-olds, we have no entertainment. And what are we doing about that? So,
But there needs to be designation between acoustic and amplified sound, full band versus guy and a guitar. Because we do have a lot of restaurants that are doing that kind of entertainment.
Yeah, so there's nothing in our code today that prohibits those types of activities. It's just it's a particular type of process. So.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion on this?
I don't even know where we are. We're over here. I think we're providing the direction on the screen to come back with a little bit more information. And is a heat map okay with the schools and then the bubble around the school so we understand, and then we can make, go from there if there's any concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to clarify if I think staff would request that we come back with an actual ordinance. I think we have specific information and we can bring that along rather than coming back specifically for a directional item and then have to go back. If we can kind of have the ability to move forward with this, and if we need to modify it, then we obviously can. But I think our direction or our request would be not to come back for another directional item, but to come back with actually some specific language.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, that is my motion to, where I just lost it again. So just provide the direction on the screen to staff and come back to us with an ordinance on regulating alcohol.
Second. First and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. This second part, do we want councilperson?
I think based on our current pace with 7 more items, the council may want to make some decisions now about which items can be postponed so that the public doesn't have to wait around and then find out at 1 in the morning that their item won't be heard. So if you want to look at the agenda and make some decisions now, we'll accommodate that schedule accordingly.
Do we want to potentially postpone I-4, new tobacco regulations?
Well, no, I think we've had someone sitting here all night for tobacco
For
regulations.
tobacco?
We have we have tobacco people and we have drive-through people.
Okay.
And then we have traffic. Yeah, we got to finish all those items.
So
Yeah.
every item needs to be done tonight until, so we can postpone the future agenda items?
Been postponed a couple times.
Huh?
The future agenda items, postponing them.
I would ask that we postpone it as much as possible.
Okay, so making our way through items I-5. Okay, is that,
So the agreement is we're going to just we're going to get through the rest of this and push off the future agenda items.
So we can
Okay.
do storage units at another time then, because I don't think, is anyone here for storage units? I don't think. I think drive-throughs maybe. Emma has been sitting here all night.
Storages might be very quick also.
Can we do the storage another night? I
You
really
can, I
don't
just,
feel
it
well.
might only be a couple minutes. We can-
Yeah, I don't feel well. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So we have through alcohol, self-storage, okay. That,
The tobacco?
we've got someone here for
Oh,
drive-through.
yeah, drive-through.
So we'll go to the drive-through staff report.
Very good. I will just share my screen again. Excellent. So just going into drive-through uses then. Well, I think that maybe it's no surprise to know that drive-throughs first made an appearance in California back in the 1950s. California was the very first state to have a drive-through. But then during the COVID-19 pandemic, that's when drive-throughs became really critical for some of these chains, when their indoor seating was shut down. And then really at that time, I think that companies started to realize that these drive-through models were slightly more profitable than to have a full-service sit-down restaurant. So what you're seeing now in the industry, in the fast food industry, is that they're moving towards a smaller footprint, getting rid of they're trying to eliminate sort of the indoor seating. These tend to require less staff and less maintenance. So drive-throughs are often placed along higher speed arterial roads to capture the greatest amount of traffic, and sometimes this can result in the potential for accidents as vehicles are coming on and off the site. Again, what we're seeing is that companies are looking for profitability, so they're adding drive-through lanes to these businesses to sort of move the traffic through, but that's also just encouraging more traffic to come through these drive-through uses. And typically, a drive-through restaurant doesn't necessarily support the neighboring businesses, as people typically just sort of pull in and pull out. Also, drive-throughs can have some negative impacts on residential neighborhoods. There could be extended vehicle queuing, spillover traffic, and other neighborhood compatibility issues. So if the council wishes to consider regulations for drive-through uses, then you might want to start to consider the design to ensure compatibility with adjacent uses and to enhance the streetscape frontage to provide adequate buffers between the drive-through use and residential neighborhoods, and so on and so forth, as outlined in the staff report. Typically, shopping centers and freeway adjacent lots are sort of the ideal areas for a drive-through use to be located. In the municipal code right now, drive-through uses are allowed in 6 commercial zones and in certain PD districts. And typically what we see as far as the language in the code currently is that if there's a use like a restaurant or a laundromat or a dry cleaning facility, then a drive-through is allowed to exist as an associated use with that primary use. But the BMC, the Brentwood Municipal Code, does not provide regulations for drive-through facilities that address development impacts and operational elements, and site design, et cetera, or safety. So again, just some development standards to consider. The city could continue to require a conditional use permit for drive-through uses, again, to help with those potential impacts in residential neighborhoods in particular. Can consider residential setbacks so that there's some separation between the drive-through and the residential neighborhoods, maybe with the exception of a mixed-use district where it'd be okay to have the drive-through closer to a mixed-use building. You could require a queuing analysis so that the queuing plan could be study to make sure that you weren't going to have spillover traffic into the street. You might want to consider separate waiting lanes so that you're not getting traffic building up within the parking lots of the restaurant. Require minimum standards for vehicle stacking. And also some requirements for pedestrian access and circulation so that, again, you don't want these uses, these drive-throughs to be islands. You want them to be incorporated within a shopping center and to maintain some sort of neighborhood compatibility and pedestrian accessibility. And you'd also want to maybe make sure that the drive-through use is still subject to the city's existing commercial and industrial design guidelines. With regard to operation, some things to consider would be to potentially limiting the hours of operation for a drive-through so that it doesn't get too late into the evening. Have some requirements for the ordering board and the speaker that it be oriented away from residential uses, and to make sure that these drive-through uses are compatible and subject to the city's existing noise ordinance. So again, LUD had considered this particular use and agreed that the municipal code needs to be updated in order to better address drive-through development standards and operations. But LUD could not reach consensus on how best to address these concerns and whether to perhaps even prohibit future drive-through uses, whether that was appropriate. So again, city council has a couple of options. If the city council agrees with the development standards that are proposed in the staff report, then staff would return to the planning commission and city council with an ordinance expressing such. Or council could modify the staff recommendation, add, subtract, or regulations, or if you wanted to go down the road of prohibiting new drive-through uses, then you could do that as well. And staff would then, what we'd ask again is just for clear and concise directions so that we can craft an ordinance, bring it back to the planning commission and back to the city council. So with that, I'll end the presentation, turn it back over to city council.
Are there any clarifying questions at this time? Seeing none, we'll open public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I did not receive any written public comments. I do have one speaker in person, Emil.
Me? There we are. Gee, I'll cut this down quite a bit. I really was here because I think with my age, I'm recognizing the change in our society, the change in the way we shop. COVID, technology, family safety has changed the lives and businesses. With COVID, we were mandated to stay home, at home, order out, use Zoom. It created a different lifestyle. With technology, we shop with our phones and became overrun by demanding more home deliveries. You can't go through any neighborhood now without having a drive-through of delivery. It brought us out of work and commuting. We became more dependent on phone for conversing, information, and especially using money. The list goes on. My thoughts are that drive-throughs are simply part of the demand for convenient service. The phone is increasingly used to order or remotely used for pickup. The phone will be part of the increasing use of drive-throughs. I don't see cash being used. I think it will be a faster drive-through. We won't have the sounds of microphones. It'll be shorter lines. And so I'm really not in favor of drive-throughs, but I think that we're going to see more demand for it and more in lives demanding it. I think that they should be limited to areas that we already have commerce, but it would be short-sighted to simply not approve drive-throughs. My thoughts that the major areas such as Balfour, Sand Creek, Highway 4, Fairview, to name a few, we all know the routes, should be part of our lifestyle use and demands for today's family. So please plan for today with the expectations for tomorrow's demands. Thank you very much.
I have no other in-person speaker cards. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Braden, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I agree with the last speaker that just spoke there, Emil. He said it perfectly. Drive-throughs have been a huge part of my routine daily as an athlete and now as a coach. I feel old, but after practice runs late sometimes and things aren't open, and it's so convenient to just stop through the drive-through, pick something up quick. On your way home, like Friday, I've made it my tradition. Friday, I'll go to Panda Express on Brentwood Boulevard in the drive-through. It's either a sympathy meal after a loss or a victory celebration meal. So, it's been a routine. It's been when I played baseball, it was always Wendy's because it changes. But I think drive-throughs are shouldn't go anywhere. I don't think we should ban them for noise complaints because, like Emil said, I usually order from my phone and just drive right up and pick it up because it's convenient, it's quick, and I don't got time to wait. So that's where I stand. Last time I checked, we are in the United States and not communist China, so I don't really want to dictate things too much. I see you guys laughing. Oh man, I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed. Anyway, thank you for listening to me talk. God, I'm tired. I'm old. And go Patriots. Good night.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
This time we'll close public comments. Move into council discussion.
Can I clarify that if we were in communist China, Mr. Hayden wouldn't have been able to speak tonight? Just so he understands the difference between communist China and planning. Okay, so, we gotta talk about drive-throughs. I differ a little bit with Emil's opinion. I look at things, I think that from a business perspective, if you own food restaurants, you are pushing people to drive-throughs because the business model is more profitable. They're moving you away from sit-down, which is actually, I don't think, good for community. Someone had talked about the Red Lobster, how, they're losing money. Well, let's talk about why they're losing money. They're not losing money because they didn't have people. They're losing money because they were bought by a venture capitalist who then had subsidiaries who bought the property and is now overcharging on the rent for those Red Lobsters. They also have a company that sells shrimp who's overcharging on the shrimp. So they have all these sub-companies that are overcharging the Red Lobster restaurant because the venture capitalist just wants to take all the money and then they'll sell it off and they'll go away. So it's not that sit-down restaurants are not doing well, it's that we are allowing an industry to reshape the industry that we might not want it to happen that way. So, I don't think that we need to fill our city with drive-throughs. You can go online. People in Brentwood don't want the drive-throughs. I think the one person who wanted the Popeyes that I actually spoke to lived in Knightson. She didn't live in Brentwood, and we represent the people of Brentwood, not the people of Knightson. And I think that there's still some space available in Brentwood, but I think that we need to be very strategic. And what I had asked for at LUD is, can we go through a map and define where we want them? I don't want any blanket statement of we're going to allow them everywhere. I think we need to be very specific and do heavy community outreach to see how people feel. And then once we decide that, yeah, that's a parcel where we want it, then we can tell our economic development team, go for it, it's allowed, instead of having people come up and then we have to deny it and it's a big scene. But the people of Brentwood have spoken. They don't want any more drive-throughs. So I'm trying to respect what they want. But however, I do know that some people haven't looked at all of the parcels. So I do think there's some opportunity spots. But I think that we need to be careful because like we have to be strategic. We don't want to become food alley for anybody, especially on Brentwood Boulevard. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. There might be a couple spots left, but we need to be careful about what we're doing. Because once you put it there, it's going to be there forever and there's no going back. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought we were going to come with a map of like potential areas is what I thought we were going to get.
So I appreciate all the public comments, and I kind of agree and don't agree. One is, I don't ever agree with any absolute bans. You won't, it's rare that you'll hear me ever say anything to that, because I think that might be bad for business for the city of Brentwood. But for drive-throughs, I think we maintain the CUP process. I think it just continues to give us control, and I'm okay with them coming in here and rejecting like we did with certain ones. I'm okay with it because I think it gives the people the opportunity to speak about a specific project. They can talk and say, this is why it works and it doesn't work, and we can hear all the sides. But pulling out a map, I think it would necessitate us, kind of like, what's that little thing where you build a city? It's like, it's so specific to me, and it doesn't leave room for creative spacing or bringing something for people who are thinking outside of the box about where we place them. I agree that putting any more stuff on Brentwood Boulevard that's drive-throughs, irregardless of the fact that we're running out of real estate, but we do not need more drive-throughs in Brentwood Boulevard. It goes against the Brentwood specific plan. We need to be creative about maybe we can do food truck pads or look at smaller restaurants like IHOP or other restaurants who have sit-down establishments. I think the people have spoken in that area loud and clear. But as far as drive-throughs, one of my things that I would like for us to focus on is I agree with the staff's recommendations in the staff report. And I think we keep the CUP process for the drive-throughs, but I think we look at the queuing, because just some of the number of queuing keeps increasing. And even when we look at in my area, I'm really happy with the Denny's and having the accessibility to those restaurants there. It brought a lot of stuff that's closer to Highway 4 over in our area. I'm really happy about having the Denny's there because it gives my family a place to go eat on Sundays, to like sit down and talk. And I said Denny's, but at least we have somewhere to commune after church to eat and talk. But that parking lot with the queuing is so zooey, and you see a number of potential accidents. And I'm a little afraid of when the Wendy's comes about what's going to happen. So I think we look at the queuing aspect a little bit more detailed as a council, if possible, to talk about that. And then the residential setback is important. The speakers are loud, and I know we have the masonry wall where the Wendy's is at, but I am a little concerned about how loud it could get, because we do have those smaller areas like in the Brentwood Boulevard area in District 2. They're abutting next to residential properties. So I think that would be the main thing. I do like facilities that like how we look at some of the restaurants, and I won't specifically name them, that allow for 2 lines. We do have one near the PD where it has 2 lines, and I think it works out really effectively. So if we can talk more about like that, I think it would be very helpful.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Agreed on the Brentwood Boulevard thing, and we did hear from the public that there's not an appetite for that, pun intended. Checking if everyone's awake. Thank you very much. I was proud of that. I would like to just kind of check in with staff as far as when those applications are coming in and giving the applicants the idea, like the suggestion of whether there is an appetite for that in certain areas. I mean, how does that go?
We try to be as business friendly as possible to anyone who calls. And as relates to drive-through, we explain to them that it's a conditional use permit. There's a process they'd have to go through, and that's a discretionary act. We will tell them to look at the most recent one that was denied. And what I treat them all the same, be it the ones that people say they want and the ones that people say they don't want. Does that make sense? Every single business that comes through, we treat them the same. We're not actively trying to recruit new drive-throughs into the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan, if that's what the question is. That's not occurring.
It's not that. I wasn't actually saying that at all. What I'm saying is if someone were to say, I would like to establish a drive-through restaurant and my area of choice would be Brentwood Boulevard, are you then able to say, well, that might not be a good fit for the city. Can I talk to you about another space?
Absolutely. We do, but very specifically, we have a lot of people that are looking in the southeast corner of the city to expand.
Okay. I mean, I think there is a place for drive-throughs. I'm not a huge fan of them myself, but I do think that there are some restaurants that are a little higher quality, the fast, what is it called? Fast casual?
Fast casual.
Like Chipotle doing it, for example, I think is a little different from a typical drive-through restaurant, in my own opinion anyway.
Many of the national chains are looking, and they all want to be a certain distance away from an existing facility. You mentioned Chipotle, Panda, all of those are looking at additional facilities.
Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan, like I said, but I do think that there are parts of the city where it could be a better fit. So I don't want to say completely no across the city.
And then let me ask a clarifying question. Are you speaking of the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan? Brentwood Boulevard goes a long ways, right? It goes from, the north side to the south side. Are you speaking of that entire corridor of the council, or are you speaking very specifically of just the specific plan area?
I'm speaking of the specific plan area because I think that's where there's such a sensitivity and an oversaturation in that 1 mile corridor. Thanks.
Make it really quick. I would not agree with prohibiting drive-throughs. I think they have a place. The casual dining of Chipotle and all the other places have to have a place to go. The majority of the lots on the Brentwood Boulevard, not the Brentwood Boulevard specific, but out further, are fairly small lots to get them a business in there. I'm all about getting businesses into Brentwood, so anything we can do to make it easier for them, I'm in full support of.
Can we talk about design standards real quick? Like if I pull up the design standards, can we just maintain these design standards that are in here? So avoid drive-through lanes that are located between the building and the adjacent streets. Avoid drive-through exits into major entry and exit drives. Drive-through windows and driveways are not allowed in locations facing any residential area, including residential areas separated by the use of an intervening street. And you already mentioned, sorry, I lost it. You already mentioned the ordering box, but it's also, there was also one about the way they're supposed to face the main road. And hold on, I'm trying to find it, sorry. Like drive-up windows facing street frontage are discouraged. If no other alternative is workable, screen drive-up windows and decorative wall landscaping. Like, I just want to make sure that we're keeping that. Like, we don't want, because that's kind of an eyesore when you're driving down the street and you see the ordering boxes. Like, I want to maintain that. Let me see, which was the other ones. But I think everything in the design standards I like. So I'd like to keep all of that. I think it's been working. It worked really well for a really long time. That's why, we're the jewel, our design standards, and everyone around talks about our design standards. So, so I think we can work on that, just making sure that's there. And I don't want people to think I don't like drive-throughs. Susanna knows. I go through a drive-through almost every single day at lunch. I love drive-throughs. So it's not about me liking them or not liking them. It's about what the people of Brentwood are saying and what they want to see in their city. I think I'm cool with continuing the CUP, and then they come before us unless there's an area that staff really feels like, you know what, this would be an awesome spot for a drive-through. Can we rezone this one to not have a CUP? Then I think we can have that discussion. Because I think there are, and I think of some places that are kind of fast food deserts that don't have many, that I think could still be options. Well, and even some of Balfour, right? So I think there's still some areas with opportunity. I just don't like how we keep stuffing them in one area of town. I think it's, I don't even want to get into it because I just think it's wrong.
Okay, staff, do you have questions or need clarification?
I guess so. What I have understood is to support staff's recommendations with the guidelines that we have included, as well as consider taking our design guidelines and making them clearly objective, incorporating those into the code as well.
So then everything will still be a CUP for now?
Correct.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
Staff to use their recommendation that they provided, as well as bring in the design guidelines and make them objective. And so we will still continue to have CUPs for all drive-throughs until further notice.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Moving into moving into item I4. Consider information related to possible new tobacco regulations and provide direction. Okay, before we do that, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, moving into item I4. Consider information related to possible new tobacco regulations and provide direction to staff. And Alexis Morris, our Director of Community Development, will give the presentation. Alexis.
Perfect. So are we ready to talk about another very complex and detailed issue? No? Okay. I will make my staff report much quicker than I had anticipated, and I actually only need direction on two, I think, relatively straightforward things, if that helps. So tonight, staff is asking council's direction on the following items. Whether to implement a first-come, first-served application process for a new tobacco retail license, and whether to create a tobacco retail permit to be issued for 1 year only to retailers that are non-compliant with new regulations. So I'll just briefly touch on the fact that council initiated a tobacco retail license in 2023, and we had a meeting April 30th of this year where council gave a direction on a number of items to incorporate in a new tobacco retail license program. Since that time, staff has been working with outside counsel to draft the ordinance, but there are those two questions that relate to the process for issuing licenses that we really need council's direction on in order to finalize the ordinance. Attached to your staff report was a draft of the ordinance with the relevant sections we wanted to discuss tonight highlighted in yellow. And so relevant to the discussion of those items that we received council direction on tonight are the 500-foot separation from other tobacco retailers and youth-oriented facilities, the cap of 42 licenses in the city total, the prohibition on tobacco sales at all pharmacies, and council's request for us to return to you with additional information about possible ways to process these. So in the staff report goes into detail about what the potential processes could be. And the main question that relates to developing a process is if the new tobacco regulations apply to all existing retailers in the city, then the city needs to develop a process for issuing licenses in the circumstance when existing businesses are located within 500 feet of each other, or if we have a circumstance where we have a number of applications that exceed that 42 license cap. So as council requested, staff researched the processes in other jurisdictions in the county and found that all the jurisdictions that have tobacco licenses or versions of tobacco regulations utilize a ministerial application process for issuing their licenses, similar to a process for issuing a business license. Staff did not find any jurisdictions that had a competitive process. The city's outside counsel recommends a ministerial process as well to best protect the city from possible legal challenges, and there's some more detail about that in your staff report. So a ministerial process is basically defined as a process that does not include any subjective criteria, and an applicant would be awarded a license if they complied with the requirements of the ordinance. Staff is recommending an application process that would be administered on a first-come, first-served basis. So existing businesses in the city would have 30 days to apply for licenses on a first-come, first-served basis. After that 30 days, new businesses who are not currently operating in the city would have an opportunity to apply as long as our 42 license cap had not been reached at that point. In addition to the ministerial process, outside counsel recommended that the city provide existing businesses that can't comply with the new regulations when they're adopted at least 12 months to get rid of their stock or find a new location to operate. This is consistent with council's direction from April as well. So in order to implement that, staff is recommending the creation of a separate ordinance that would be for these types of businesses only, would be good for a 12-month period only, and businesses would use that 12-month permit timeline to get rid of their stock or find another location to operate. So the staff report did ask for additional direction from council on whether the definition of pharmacies should include supermarkets, large-scale grocery stores that include pharmacies within them. However, subsequent or after publishing the staff report, our outside counsel clarified that due to case law and other issues, all businesses that contain a pharmacy should be regulated in the same way. So the definition of pharmacy that you see on your screen here and was in the report would include supermarkets, and this is consistent with what the outside counsel recommended. Therefore, staff is not actually recommending the council make any changes to this definition at this time. So I'm sorry for any confusion about that. So just to summarize, what we're looking for tonight is direction on whether to implement a first come, first serve application process, whether to issue a tobacco retail permit for 1 year only to those retailers that can't be compliant with new regulations. Once we receive council direction tonight, depending on what that direction is, we will return to council with the full tobacco retail license ordinance for consideration. We will do outreach to all the existing businesses in the city that we know of that are tobacco retailers and let them know that there's pending regulations and let them know of the meeting date. And then once and if a tobacco retail license is adopted, then staff would come back with the consideration of a fee for the program. So that's a very quick overview, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Clarifying questions of staff? Seeing none, at this time, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comment in advance of this item. And I have 1 in-person speaker card. Emily?
Hello. Okay. Hi. Good evening or good night. Mayor Bryant, honorable council members, and city staff. My name is Emily Chan. I am a senior health educator with the Contra Costa Health Tobacco Prevention Program. And we thank you for your prioritizing the health of the youth and our community. And these recommendations represent that commitment. And so what I'd like to share are some examples from unincorporated Contra Costa's tobacco retail license policy that may provide some additional considerations for this evening's discussion. So in 2017, when unincorporated Contra Costa adopted the tobacco retail license, they chose to grandfather in all existing 85 retailers, allowing established retailers to continue doing business through the legal non-conforming zoning designation and requiring every retail location to obtain a county tobacco retail license in order to operate. Cities can decrease the availability of commercial tobacco by limiting the total number of tobacco retailers through attrition or amortization, so that existing tobacco businesses could cease operations of non-conforming use at a near future date when that conforming use becomes prohibited. So gradually, the number of retailers able to sell tobacco will decrease based on non-renewal licenses or reduction through attrition, and therefore decrease the availability of commercial tobacco. Contra Costa, Oakley, Lafayette are among some jurisdictions that have established density caps. In Contra Costa, we now have a total of 81 tobacco retailers, demonstrating how these regulations can support the long-term goal of reducing youth access to tobacco products. And another example would be in 2017, only retailers that were within 1,000 feet of youth-sensitive areas were prohibited from selling flavored tobacco. And then in 2019, the county expanded that prohibition to all retailers, regardless of distance from youth-sensitive areas. So what we've learned from this experience is that the ordinance should have been applied to all tobacco retailers from the beginning. There should have been parity in the law and had it applicable to all retailers, and that there should be an adequate enforcement and penalty process in place to hold those not in compliance accountable. And so with that, just letting you know that Contra Costa Health Tobacco Prevention Program is readily available for your, to provide technical assistance and to share our
Clay?
Does that mean I don't have to introduce myself? Hi, everybody. First, most importantly, most importantly, I want to thank all the city staff and employees, the elected guys, for all of the hard work they've put into this. When we're going over just some notes, it's been less than a year since we started working on this, which is kudos to you and your team and the legal team, because a lot of work has gone into the creation of this TRL. And so now it's just time to get down to the details. We're almost done. There's not much more to say, but I do have a couple of reminders. The public health law recommends no more than one tobacco shop per 2,500 residents. We're currently at 1.6. That's good news, bad news. Bad news is we're at 1.6. The good news is if we never build another one again, we're at our, when we build out, it'll be perfect. If we lose some, great. I gave you guys homework. And the reason I gave you guys homework is because I'm throwing a new wrench into the works. It's a metric to help down the road of how do we determine pharmacies, which you can't put pharmacies in because another state is already being sued by Walgreens for separating pharmacies, but you can put in a metric of what I suggested, 50%, to designate the difference from a tobacco reseller to a tobacco retailer from a specialty shop. So as the licenses go out and you need to see how do we separate the mom and pop gas station from the smoke shop, if you had a percentage towards the sales, easy peasy, done. And as a bonus, it makes the city a smaller target for lawsuits from big tobacco when they say, hey, you're trying to put us out of business, and the National Association of Convenience Stores won't come after you and say you're doing this because they're operating at about 20%. And so it's an easy way, it's an easy filtering system for you guys to make your decisions. So I gave you the homework, I gave you a map, and if you have other maps, so that you have all of its tools. Thank you. And that's all I have to say.
I have no other speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Jen, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jen Gran-Lajano, Senior Director of Government Relations with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and a member of the Contra Costa Tobacco Prevention Coalition. Thank you for taking this issue on to protect the health of Brentwood residents. We, American Cancer Society, are in this fight because tobacco causes too many deaths from cancer, and they're targeting our kids and communities of color with cheap, flavored tobacco products. Tobacco has no place in pharmacies where our communities go to get products to promote health. So we support a comprehensive definition of pharmacies to include any business with a pharmacy in it and support tobacco-free pharmacies. And we also ask that the permitting process for tobacco retailer licenses be first come, first served as recommended. You have a wonderful opportunity to enhance your community by reducing harmful products for sale like tobacco and giving young people a chance to live tobacco free. and support people already using tobacco to quit. So we ask that you adopt the most comprehensive tobacco retail policy possible to remove flavored, cheap, and small packs of tobacco from the community, especially near youth areas. And we look forward to supporting that full policy when it comes before council. Thank you.
I have one more hand raised. Kai, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Just want to clarify on the tobacco license. Is that including lounges, like hookah lounges, or is it just hookah store? I mean, sorry, tobacco stores, like retail stores. And that's just my question.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion. Would like some clarification on the question from the last caller regarding the hookah lounge versus the retailer.
So the draft tobacco retail license ordinance would include hookah lounges if they offer tobacco products. So a tobacco retailer is defined as any person operating in a physical location who sells, offers for sale, or does or offers to exchange for any form or consideration tobacco, tobacco products, or tobacco paraphernalia.
Thank you. Council discussion?
Thanks for the homework. I did read it and I took some notes from it. I think we have to really think about what our goal is. Obviously, reducing tobacco usage across the board would be really great to promote health of Brentwood residents, but are we looking at something like that, or are we looking at trying to reduce access for kids? And I think when we first started talking about this, that was our bigger priority, is making sure that kids didn't have easy access to vaping pens and other tobacco products. So in the homework, there was discussion around a metric used, and he mentioned the 50% number has been used to separate specialty or boutique shops, like a hookah lounge, for example, from tobacco retailers. And I'm not trying to promote one or the other. I'm just trying to kind of promote the discussion around whether this is a goal of getting kids less access or Brentwood residents in general less access. It says here, if your 50% of your business is whole leaf or loose leaf or hand rolled tobacco or tobacco related, then you're a cigar or pipe shop. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to start a conversation here because I think it's important to make that distinction about what our actual goal is.
Thanks a lot for the homework. Truly appreciate it. I did read it. The conversation with you several months ago helped explain the homework much better than the homework explained itself. So let me try, in the sense that talking about the difference between a cigar shop and a tobacco retail or a smoke shop, I don't necessarily distinguish between the two, their primary sales being tobacco. My concern when we initially talked about this, small businesses that have existed in the city of Brentwood that are well within 500 feet of another small business, and their primary purpose for being in business is a convenience store, a gas station, et cetera. I would still love to see those differentiated between a smoke shop, a tobacco shop, a cigar shop, the convenience store that sells tobacco, and the grocery store slash pharmacy. Although the homework doesn't answer the questions that Alexa's asking us, and I would be the ministerial process of first come, first serve, and yes on the permits, no on the licensing upfront. if we had to go there.
So, so I am fine with the first come, first serve. I think that the difference for me isn't if it's a shop or not, my whole goal is to keep this out of the hands of kids. So does the establishment sell product to go? If it sells product to go, then it's a risk of a kid getting it, whether it's them walking in or them asking the adult, like they do with beer, to walk in and buy it. So that's my whole goal, is to reduce kids buying it. I don't have any problem giving people a 12-month window to phase out of business. It happens all the time with different businesses that are no longer legal. You got to sell through your inventory. There is businesses in town who do not care and have continued to sell to children. So they have not had any qualm about doing that. So I don't know why I should have any qualm about saying you can't sell near a school anymore. And you know, the guy from Contra Costa came here and said it. They're continuing to sell. So, you know, so it shows me that I have to do something, because my kids come before profit. Kids over money any single day. Doesn't matter to me. So, so tobacco permit for 1 year retailers that are non-compliant with new regulations rather than tobacco retail license. I don't know. It's just, I just want the 12 months and around schools, and then they're gone. I don't know. What do you think?
So I don't want to belabor the issue. We've talked about this several times and it's getting really late. But when we first started this process, I never knew that this would actually have a personal issue for me. And it came into our household. I didn't think our children would ever be exposed to tobacco or marijuana, and it came into our household. And when it did, my minor child told me how easy it was for him to purchase it in our city. And we saw the effects of what happens with tobacco and marijuana, how your children's attitude can change, behavior, emotional stability, and recreation. It just where it started to go, and it affected us big time. It wasn't personal when I first came. It was personal for all our residents, but now in my household, it's very personal for me. And thank God we had the ability to be able to help our child see the difference. But there are some people who don't even know or who don't even see the signs. I will tell you, from the school and interagency committee meeting, we did learn from the new superintendent of the Brentwood with the Liberty Union High School District that they're seeing a decrease in the number of students who are vaping on campus because of new technologies that they have implemented, but they still, you know, that there's still this usage by children, and we're seeing an enforcement at the county level that they're still enforcing in our city that people are selling to our youth. So what do we do with that? First, to answer the question that was brought before us, I absolutely have no problem with the first come, first serve on the application process. And then the tobacco, the main issue that I had with whether to issue a tobacco retail permit for 1 year, I agree with it. I think we should do it. The only thing was, I had asked for this before. Can we have an option for a particular person who can show proof that they'll be locked into a lease? That was my only concern, was if I have if I have a 10-year lease and now I'm not gonna be able to break my lease terms, but I can't sell the products. Can we give some type of, can we allow for community development to have its own process where it evaluates an exemption to this regulation or this rule? Or is that not recommended? So that was my only question, I think, at the last meeting, as I talked about people who have leases. Other than that, I like the option of whether to issue a tobacco. I think we should give them the 1 year process to relocate and to sell inventory if they cannot be compliant. But I would absolutely require compliance. And then the extra, which wasn't here, but I do appreciate that you're having the dialogue, because when the caller called, I thought, hookah's more, I was thinking from the perspective of protecting children, and to be in a hookah establishment, you'd have to show ID to sit in there and stay. It's like a bar. So the regulations for me will be a little bit different than it would be for, I like the way you said it, like take and go. I didn't think about it like that. I think I wouldn't mind having a future conversation about establishments like that, because I do not want to shut down people from having the the opportunity to recreationally enjoy themselves, like in a bar or in a hookah lounge, or bars who may want to add hookah. I don't know that there will be too many children who will be allowed in those establishments to sit and just have a hookah good time. But other than that, those are my two, I think, to answer the question.
Can I ask you a question, Councilwoman Pearson? What if, because you said it last time, and I thought about this last time, what if someone went out and redid their lease for 5 years after our last conversation?
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we need to look at that too. It's like,
But I think that would be community development, seeing that they just recently turned it.
yeah, I mean, if they renewed after they knew we were having this conversation, I don't think it should apply. Because that would be, yeah.
Councilmember Pearson, if I could just clarify about hookah lounges, there is no age limitation to entering a hookah lounge. So if it were associated with a bar, that's different. But a hookah lounge by itself, if it weren't associated with a bar, there is no age requirement for entering a hookah lounge. So just for clarification.
But for usage, it would be an age limitation on usage of the tobacco product, right?
So youth can enter a hookah lounge. Obviously, it's not legal for them to smoke tobacco, but there is no ID, or you don't have to be over 21 to enter a hookah lounge.
Right. I have a question. I thought smoking wasn't allowed inside. Is that wrong? Is that correct or not correct?
So I'm not familiar with all the public health regulations, but hookah lounges are permitted, cigar lounges are permitted. They have to meet certain criteria. And so hookah lounges are allowed in state law.
Okay.
I would like to support staff's recommendation, and I'm also good with first come, first serve. Do we have a motion on this item?
Well, I think I'll make a motion to support the first come, first serve. And I guess my question is, as a council, retail permit for 1 year only to retailers that are non-compliant with new regulations rather than the tobacco retail license? That's what we're just gonna do for 1 year is,
Yes.
yeah. So just 1 year. And then, and pharmacy should include grocery stores with pharmacies or just alone convenience. We didn't talk about that.
We're not going to, remember.
What?
We're not going to do the pharmacy part?
Okay, we're not gonna do the pharmacy part. Okay. So, is that okay then?
I'm sorry, we're not doing pharmacies?
No, we're not gonna, that doesn't need call for discussion or for a decision, because legally we have to adopt the pharmacy definition. Am I correct, Alexis?
Yeah, so as I said, we got clarifying information from outside counsel after the staff report was written and after our agenda review. So if we want to restrict tobacco sales at pharmacies, it would have to include all types of pharmacies, even those within grocery stores or supermarkets. So with the definition we have drafted, it does include that, and we don't need council clarification or would not recommend changing that definition.
So we have drafted that it's already going to exclude grocery stores and pharmacies.
Already include any grocery store that has a pharmacy and sells tobacco. It would be prohibited from selling tobacco under the new ordinance.
The only reason the grocery stores don't bug me as much is because they deal with the alcohol. So they're already used to dealing with that. And when they sell it, they get caught, then their shelves are emptied out. I think I don't know.
So Alexis, I have a question for you. Would the permitting process be applied to the first 42 that have that? And is it a legal non-complying use situation there as well?
So what staff is recommending is that first come, first serve process apply to existing businesses in the city first. The council has recommended a 42 license cap. When we bring this back to council, we'll confirm the total number of licenses at that time. Whether we have 38 or 45 by the time we get to council, that 42 was tied to the existing number of state licenses we had at the time we discussed this in April. So the first come, first served process would be open to those existing retailers, but not all of those retailers will be eligible to get a tobacco retail license under the new regulations if they're adopted. So some of those retailers will be within 500 feet from each other. Some of them will be within 500 feet of a youth-oriented facility as we've defined it. So they may apply on a first come, first served basis, but they won't all be eligible to receive a license based on the new standards, even if they're currently operating today. So that's where the 12-month amortization period would come in. They would be eligible for a permit that would give them one permit for 12 months to get rid of their stock or find a new location. So that's the direction that council gave us in April. Does that answer your question?
It does. I have another question on the heels of that. Has staff talked to the large groceries that have pharmacies in them regarding this at this point?
Not yet. We're only aware of one grocery store in Brentwood that sells tobacco. The rest do not.
It's been a long time since I noticed somebody buying tobacco, so I thank you for that information. That helps. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll ask the question. Does it also have a pharmacy?
That I don't know because we were only checking if they sold tobacco, but I can find out.
So my only hang-up with taking the tobacco out of the pharmacy and the grocery store is our senior population goes to the pharmacy to fill their prescriptions. Some do their grocery store shopping, and some of them smoke tobacco and would like to pick up their tobacco there, as opposed to then having to drive, I don't know, across town because it's not sold there anymore, because we're prohibiting it at one grocery store that we're not even sure if it has a pharmacy or not. I understand the concept of putting this all together is I am 100% agreement with. It's the grandfathering and messing with the businesses that currently exist in the city of Brentwood that I'm having a hard time with. And if that's one grocery store that does or doesn't have a pharmacy, I'm not sure. And it makes it more convenient for that tobacco user to get their tobacco. I don't know how it's going to make a difference, but okay.
Couldn't we just look up online real quick?
I just did. On their website, it does not list that pharmacy as one of their services.
Okay.
Okay, with that, do I have a motion on this item?
So I think I just still want the motion of first come, first serve. We're going to do a tobacco retail permit for 1 year versus the TRL for the ones that are non-compliant with the new regulation. And we'll include the definition of pharmacy. Should include, well, actually, we're not talking about that, right? That one we're not doing, so just the other two.
And what about the lease situation?
Oh, yeah.
And do we do anything about the hookah lounge, for example?
I'll defer to Alexis largely on the lease situation, but I think the potential for complications gets pretty high pretty quickly, because you do have instances in which people may go and try to renew their lease and say, well, I'm not renewing because you guys are doing this. I'm renewing because it's coming up for renewal and it's good timing. You know, how are you going to start to ferret out some of those issues? So Alexis may have different thoughts, but it seems to me it could add a significantly troublesome wrinkle.
Yes, I would characterize it that way, but I think you could maybe establish a process where that 12-month permit could be extended by maybe 1 more year. You know, sort of strike a happy medium between staff having to make a subjective decision that your lease is up for 5 years. So does that mean you get 5 years to have a permit? I guess council could think of criteria where they could be eligible for an extension of that 12-month permit based on hardship criteria. I'm not sure what
Can
those
we
would
do if
be.
the lease was approved before today, like before 9/24, then we could,
So that would be one criteria you could use. But then again, I think many of our businesses who don't own their businesses are going to be in that situation. So then you're looking at, maybe half a dozen businesses would be eligible for a hardship. And that may be fine. I just, if that's the direction that council goes, you're probably going to have a significant number of businesses that are all going to be in that similar situation.
I don't know, part of me is just 12 months. It's just, let's just tear off the Band-Aid and make it clean. Because I do have concerns about some of the establishments around especially Liberty High School. So I don't know how y'all feel about that. And we only have one hookah lounge in town and it's nowhere near a school. So I'm not concerned really about that on-premise usage. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I'm going to talk right in the mic. I just brought it up for us to consider, but I don't want to belabor it. If it becomes an issue, I think it's something we can come back and reconsider.
So we have the motion.
Yeah, so the motion of suggestion 1 and 2, as I stated.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Okay. Take a 5-minute recess, 1-minute recess. Okay, at this time, we will move into item I5. This next item is an update on Vineyards Parkway traffic. And Alan Bacalar will present. Alan.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening still. I'm here today and I'm ready to share my screen. Oops. That's weird. Oh. Better now? Okay. Better now. Yes. Sorry about that. So I'm here today to talk about the Vineyards Parkway and provide an update to City Council. As by way of background, back on April 9th, 2024, City Council received a report on the Vineyards Parkway traffic and directed staff to do the following. Install speed limit markings along Vineyards Parkway, reduce landscaping to 24 inches in height or lower where needed at the direction of the city staff, continue seeking grants for rectangular rapid flashing beacons or RRFBs, be proactive on Vineyards amphitheater mitigations or compliance with traffic standards, complete a reassessment of an always stop to consider any changes out there with regards to traffic, such as park traffic, and also install stop signs if warranted, and if not, return to council with a report. So here we are this evening. As a quick overview, here's Vineyards Parkway, 1.6 miles, 8 intersections, serves not only the community for Trilogy, but also Club Los Medanos Community College, and also the future event center and amphitheater. As an update, here are some images showing the speed limit pavement paintings that was done by the Public Works staff in coordination with engineering. This is at council's direction. So we installed approximately 8 such paint markings of the speed limit, normally next to the existing 35-mile speed limit signs out there to enhance visibility and alert drivers again that the speed limit through Vineyards Parkway is 35 miles per hour. In addition, following council's direction, Parks and Rec staff directed the contractor TerraCare to maintain all shrubbery, especially in the median islands and at intersections, to be no higher than 24 inches in height. This has been somewhat successful and acknowledged by the community. It's going to be an ongoing effort, of course. My understanding is the contractor starts on one end of Vineyards Parkway, works its way to the other, and then rinses and repeats. So it's definitely a lot of greenery out there, which we all love, but it is an effort to maintain. But they have been successful thus far, and it has improved visibility. For reference, engineering staff worked with Parks and Rec staff in identifying key important areas to maintain the shrubbery to acceptable levels. In this case, 24 inches or less. This is to maintain and ensure proper sight distance is provided as vehicles approach the intersection, as you can see here. So specific intersections we looked at was Trilogy Parkway, and here's one for Sacred Mountain Lane. Another effort that was made was Public Works staff work with engineering again on identifying upgrades to the crosswalks out there. Here you can see a before and after photo of one of the crosswalks that was widened and striped differently to provide more visibility again, just making sure motorists and pedestrians realize where the crosswalks are. In addition, staff did perform an additional stop sign warrant study that analyzed the intersections that included conditions that must be met for the intersection for an all-way stop. This is a citywide policy, so the same policy that we use today is applied citywide, and it is following MUTCD guidance. So particularly, we did a study for Trilogy Parkway and Solera and Sacred Mountain and Andalusia intersections along Vineyards Parkway. Traffic volume and speed data were collected this year in April and May. Based on the data that was collected and analyzed, the warrant for an all-way stop was not met at either intersection. Understanding the disappointment in the outcome of the study, I just wanted to remind everyone the reasons why our engineering staff does not, or city engineer does not support the installation of an all-way stop when it's not warranted. And this guidance comes from Caltrans, Federal Highway Administration, and the Institute of Traffic Engineers. One of the consequences of an all-way stop where not warranted is a likely increase in rear-end collisions. The reason being an expectation of continuous flow, meaning an unexpectedly having to stop would result in rear end collisions, in particular for people that are used to driving through Vineyards Parkway. And if we were to add stop signs, they would now be noticing the stop and may result in abrupt braking and some accidents regarding rear end collisions. There is also a likelihood for disrespect for traffic control devices. This would not only apply locally, but also throughout the city. Again, that's the kind of the consequence of having an always stop. I think we're all familiar with what we call the California stop or rolling stop through intersections, where if you're continuously going through an intersection and you come to a stop sign, but you don't see the contradictory traffic that would warrant the stop, that after some time you may expect and start to go through a rolling stop instead, which could lead to issues with compliance. That would compound into pedestrian and cyclist safety issues. Generally, miscommunication between drivers and pedestrians and cyclists. It would also provide a false sense of safety for in particular for these pedestrians and cyclists. Again, expecting drivers to stop where they may not due to, again, the reduced compliance or sign fatigue. Also, I just want to point out that stop signs and always stops are an inappropriate substitute for traffic calming. Generally, they are ineffective at slowing vehicles. Again, they do slow down to come to the intersection, but as soon as they get through the stop, sure enough, they'll start speeding up, sometimes at a dangerous rate of speed. Also, just want to point out, if we do install a stop sign, again, where we are not meeting the warrants, this could possibly lead to an inconsistent application citywide. This could open the door to other residents and communities pointing out, like, why did we install a unwarranted stop sign where you guys didn't do the same for my neighborhood? So it could be a compounding effect. Other direction from council was to consider amphitheater mitigations and design standards. Again, if an always stop is not warranted, similarly, a traffic signal would similarly not be warranted. So without getting into details of the amphitheater analysis that's connected with CEQA or subsequent EIR that we're currently going through for the project, not able to provide too much detail, but hopefully this statement provides some insight as to whether or not a traffic signal is warranted on Vineyards Parkway. Also, with regards to design standards, Vineyards Parkway was originally designed and constructed in compliance with all applicable design standards that were in place in the early to mid 2000s. Those same design standards are still applicable today. Also, kind of evidence with the design standards over the last, per direction from City Council, we analyzed a 2-year period for accidents, which showed no accidents were a result of inadequate sight distance. 3 of the 6 accidents that we reviewed occurred at signalized intersections along Vineyards Parkway. And also, according to the police report, the fatal accident was determined to be caused by the sun, unfortunately. And to my recollection, and I believe the police chief can confirm, but there have been no accidents since. Grant-funded enhancements. Now the good news, the city was awarded a $100,000 grant funding from MTC. And we have begun the process of procuring and later installing these enhancements, which are summarized here. Here's the existing RRFB at Trilogy Parkway. We are proposing to update that RRFB and also to install advanced warning lit pedestrian ahead crossing signs as shown here, which will further enhance and give alerts to drivers as they're approaching if the RRFBs are activated. Similarly, at Sacred Mountain Lane, this would be a new RRFB crossing, which would similarly have advanced warning, again, providing safety enhancements to the crossing, for those crossing across Vineyards Parkway. Recommended next steps. Staff is recommending that we continue landscape maintenance. I spoke with Bruce earlier, and he is confident that there can continue to work with TerraCare and make sure landscape maintenance is done regularly to maintain maximum visibility on Vineyards Parkway. Also, staff recommends to proceed with the procurement and installation of grant-funded enhancements, as I discussed earlier, and also to periodically reassess Vineyards Parkway for an all-way stop, meaning if conditions were to change in the future with Colorado Ranch starting to build out, or if enrollment increases at the community college, or other factors come into play, we could always reassess it at staff level. Please note that RRFBs would need to be removed if stop signs are installed at these intersections. Before I wrap up, I just want to really acknowledge everyone's efforts on this. A lot has been done from city staff, as well as the wonderful communications we've had with the HOA. We've had really good discussions. I think we've come a long way personally. And again, it doesn't stop here. I want to say we will continuously monitor the situation out there, and we're always open to reassessing for stop signs. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Can I clarify something? Did you say we would do the enhancements once we got the grant?
We actually received the award letter for the grant already, so we're actually ordering the parts
Okay,
now.
so we're ready to go. We're not waiting for anything. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Then my second question is, can we look at real quick the agenda packet, page 361? I have a question about the data on there. Thank you, please. Sorry. Is it not coming up?
This is-
361. You type in 361 in the little box at the top, it'll go straight there. Oh, no, you have a different packet, sorry.
I do, yeah.
So I'm looking at place currently not set, Brentwood, California, traffic summary. It has yellow at the top. And it shows all the time, go down, down, go down, 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 down. Oh, it's not in this packet. It's in the agenda packet. Thank you. We're locked in. Okay, so is this the data that was used to do all the analysis? This data set here? I think this is a summary of the data set in the previous slide, but was this the data?
That's part of it. There's multiple pages to the data, correct?
Okay, so I don't understand. So did we didn't do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right? There was no data collected?
Correct. My understanding was we did weekday traffic, because that's when we typically have the more
And then
traffic.
it looks like on Thursday, May 2nd, we stopped at noon.
Yes, it started on 11 in the morning on Tuesday, I believe. And then, yes, it went a period of 2 or 3 days. Is it 3
Okay.
days?
So if we look at if we look at 8 a.m., we got 46 and 58, but then your weekday average is 20. How did you calculate that 20? Because if I get 104. If I take the 104 and then divide it by 2, my average is 52. So I'm trying to understand, this data's not making sense to me.
That data is probably taking the 3 days, adding the 2 numbers, and dividing it by 3, or something different. But yes, this data did not lean into that particular column of the weekday average was not used as part of this analysis. It was on the other sheets where it went into more detail those were the volume data that we used to calculate.
But isn't the bottom data, isn't the top data a culmination of all of that bottom data just put into a chart, or no?
Yes, but I wouldn't take that weekday average. That is not used as part of the actual warrant analysis.
So when you were using it, like, I'm just trying to understand the data set, I'm sorry, but so when you, I guess I'm concerned that for the most part, per hour, you only use 2 data points. And minimum, you're supposed to have about 8 data points to be able to say that something has any kind of validity. How sure are you about this with only maximum, and that's only between 10 and 11 that you had 3 data points. Everything else was just 2.
What the warrant study does is it actually looks like at the highest 8-hour period within this stretch. So there's other sheets to it that I'm having technical difficulty with, but that is if you go to the summary sheet, it gives you the highest amount of traffic volume within an 8-hour period. So this particular table does not quite show everything for you. Yeah, these are the individual, a little bit more detail for different directions and different streets. You can see location is Vineyards Trilogy Parkway, and this is all along Vineyards Parkway. But the very first sheet has the summary, and it shows the 8-hour period we used to do the analysis.
So, but this data fed into that other table, correct?
Yes, this is the raw data, and it
Can we
is.
put it back up? Sorry.
Yeah.
Please. I guess I'm concerned about it. You only basically did 2 days. Like, that's concerning to me that we would just use 2 days, and we don't need stop signs. I think, why would we not collect data at least for a week?
Because typically the highest amount of traffic is during Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, especially in general residential areas. You have the school there. We don't have the amphitheater just yet.
But we didn't even collect all of Thursday. We stopped at 11 a.m.
Yeah, the focus there was on Wednesday, which is midweek, and then it took parts of Tuesday and Thursday. I don't think it's not typical, but this is the way the traffic engineer at the time took the data, and this is what we use for
Okay.
it.
My gut, I'm sorry, tells me this is faulty data. To only use 2 days, it's faulty. There's no way. Like, it's just not what you do when you're analyzing data. I think we fell short on our collection. I don't know what we can do about it now, but I hope that we're not making decisions like this based on just 2 days of data. I'm just disappointed with that, and that was my question. Thank you.
What would merit speed bumps or humps?
We similarly have a policy for speed humps. Generally speaking, there's volume requirements, but the biggest one is the speed limit requirement. So consistent with other cities and other jurisdictions, we don't typically install speed bumps where speed limits surpass 25 miles per hour. In this case, Vineyards Parkway is 35 miles per hour. There's also other parts to it. We also go through an analysis of looking at the required volume, the speeds. If vehicles are at, I think it's 31 or 32 miles per hour average above in this 25 mile per hour zone, obviously there is a speeding problem, and that would warrant the speed humps being installed. The caveat to that is, especially in residential areas, we'd have to have, I believe, a 2/3 vote in favor of speed bumps. So that's another part of it.
You mean vote by the residents of Trilogy?
Yeah, yeah, or those typically along that street frontage. If you're talking about Vineyards Parkway, there are really no homes fronting Vineyards Parkway, but it is the one that, the biggest part that's prohibiting speed humps there is the speed limit, which is currently at 35.
So, but Fairview has them, and it's, what is the speed limit on Fairview?
Fairview is 35. My understanding, and Steve told me about this, when he joined the city back in 2006, those speed bumps were already there. They were installed before his time. He is not aware of why it was installed, but it was before the city had any policies with regards to speed humps at that time. So that was his understanding, but it's obviously been there for over 20 years now. But as far as if it came in today for a new application for speed humps, it would not qualify.
So if we're looking at, and forgive me, it's late, so I might not be understanding correctly. Part of it is the trends for the speeding, but part of it is also getting the feedback from the residents to see if they want it in a majority?
That's correct. The reason being, not only it would cause a delay for those driving through it and the residents, but also there is a noise concern. People having to slow down, get over the bump, make that noise, and speed up thereafter. It would particularly impact the residents where those humps are specifically located. So that's part of the reason why. So not only I think the 2/3 vote, but also sort of agreement or approval by the homeowners adjacent to where these humps would go, that they're okay with it as well.
Okay. Does the glare from the sun that is now somewhat being credited to that accident, does that have any bearing on any of these decisions?
It does not.
And there's no way to incorporate that? Because I have driven that street at that time of day, and it is blinding.
The only reasonable mitigation that staff could think of to mitigate that is not to allow driving at certain hours of the day, which obviously would not be feasible. The other option would be to install some sort of shade structure, which would affect visibility for other things. So generally speaking, as a driver, having difficulty seeing, thank you. It's getting late. As a driver, generally speaking, faced with a situation where they can't see because of the sun, it's imperative for that driver to really stop or slow down until they can. I know that sounds harsh, but that's the reality of it. Is when facing those decisions, I can't think of any other proper mitigations that we could use to mitigate that.
I agree. Certainly the best mitigation would be somehow forcing the slowdown. That's why I was asking if there's any way to incorporate that into any kind of data that might then merit a speed bump, for example, to slow things down forcefully. Question about the new rectangular rapid flashing beacons. We, on the initial one over at Vineyard and Trilogy Parkway, we added additional time so that people with disabilities or wheelchairs or walkers had a longer period of time to cross. Is that going to be the same for the new ones?
Yes, it will be, Vice Mayor. We will make sure that, and we're always going to look at it when we do install these new ones, we're going to make sure they're either equal or even provide longer flashing time as well.
Okay, thank you. I am still, I don't know, thinking about the speed humps or bumps as an option. If we're not looking at four-way stop and we're not looking at a light, it feels like that might be an easier option, but unless I'm misunderstanding how those work.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we do have a speed hump policy. The biggest limiting factor on Vineyards Parkway would be the speed limit. Speed humps are typically, or per our policy, are only installed on streets that have 25 miles per hour speed limit or less. The reason being, with 35 miles per hour, driving over a speed hump and not expecting it, you could lead to other issues where they could potentially go airborne. It could also affect emergency vehicle response because 35 miles per hour streets are typically our collector streets, which is in this regard. So it would have to there would be delays to potential delays to emergency vehicle response times to the residents there as well.
So on Fairview, do we have any data that shows that there's a negative impact by having those there? And if so, is it something we could, I mean, it doesn't seem like that complicated to take them out. Again, not an engineer here, but.
Can I just intervene? There's a difference between Fairview because it's all straight linear versus on Trilogy, you have an incline going up and down. So when he talks about people hitting a speed bump and being airborne, there's areas in like Oakley where I've actually seen it. There's actually dips that you hit pretty fast. So I think the incline, and I'm Alan, I'm sorry to speak out of turn, but Trilogy is either going really fast down or going straight up versus Fairview is going to be just a straight linear line.
Thank you, Councilmember Pearson. Just to add to it also, Vineyards Parkway, with the radar feedback signs that we've installed, and also the fact that Vineyards Parkway does have a curve to it, those actually act as sort of traffic calming measures as well. So please take that into consideration. And as Councilmember Pearson mentioned, it's the speed humps and again, the higher speeds and flying over it. The speed humps on Fairview, again, those were installed before we had a policy. I am not aware. I'm sure the residents in the neighborhood are well familiar with it now, but it's a good question. I'm not sure if we've had issues with people flying over them.
Just as a matter of observation, I have seen people rear end each other. The vehicles slowing down and people flying up, going. I've seen that 2 or 3 times at Fairview at that location. But again, not really apples to apples consideration. Is there any more clarifying questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll open public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address City Council on this item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 1 written public comment, and I do have 1 speaker card in person. Joe?
Let's see. I'm Joe Young, president of the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Homeowners Association, about 1,800 residents here in Brentwood. Thank Alan and his staff. We've been working very effectively together. I've already given you folks a detailed report on our thoughts relative to the analysis that's been done. I get used to that yet. I think the things that have been done are a strong indication of the criticality at this intersection. It's still critical. We have talked a little bit about the warrant analysis that was done. The manual says that it is not a check it off the list and that's what you do. Warrant analyses are guidelines for engineering studies and the use of engineering judgment. And in this particular case, there are many other things that could be and should be considered. And those are also listed in the manual, and I've listed them to some extent, but main ones are controlling left turn conflicts. We have that at our intersection. Need to control vehicle and pedestrian interactions. We have that definitely at this intersection. And situations where the driver on the minor street has stopped and cannot safely proceed due to visibility. And we have that both from geometry, distance, and the sun has been pointed out. So I think there's a lot of things that say we should go ahead with some kind of stop control. We believe the best ultimate solution is traffic signals. If not that, we have stop signs with flashing lights similar to what you use on Oak Street over here, and we're just installed on Belfour and Byron Highway. There are many factors that figure into it. As you pointed out, we just had 1.5 days, or 1 day on one route and the other day on the other route. Depending on the speed limit, there are 3 criteria in the warrant that's been used. 2 of them are satisfied if the speed is greater than 40 miles an hour, the 85th percentile speed. I think that is the case, looking at the data that was presented. Alan is looking for the detail to be able to verify that. We're only short on the 3rd item by about 25 cars on an hourly basis, and that's from the side street. So we're pretty close to meeting that warrant at the speeds that I think exist at that. So I do.
I don't have any other speaker cards, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, this time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
I appreciate everything you're doing. I really do. I think it's a great start. How much was that traffic study that we did for the 2.5 days?
With, at the time, we had Steve Kursavan, our former traffic engineer. He really, as you guys have known, he always was above and beyond. He actually went out there and laid out some devices that would do the counts. So with that regard, it was captured within staff time. There was no additional cost for this last study.
Is there anything that prohibits us from doing it for a full week?
Yeah, that's where it gets interesting. Now that we unfortunately no longer have Steve, he was basically a one-man department, one-person department. We are working on hiring a consultant to assist city staff with future traffic studies such as this with regards to collecting data. We'll find out what it would cost to do a full week of analysis and record data collecting. But I don't currently know what that number looks like right now.
And so it just entails someone with going out with a machine or installing a machine of some kind, or do they have to be there with it? What does that entail?
Where Steve is, he had a device that he was able to lay out and put it down, and then he'd just come back after a couple of days and pick it back up. I am not sure what the current traffic consultants do. Steve had his device. However, nobody else in the office knows how to use it. So we'll have to find out. I don't have that number for you right now, but
okay.
I don't think it's going to be cheap. I mean, I'm afraid to throw a number out there right now.
Okay, because I am interested in actually doing 7 days. When I look at the data, they're not even consistent from 1 to, you go from 45 to 33 to 10 and no more data. And that's the only day that we have 3. And then I'm looking at the actual data set, and there's days that go up to 61, 42, over 100, and I don't see those in the data set. So I guess I'm just not understanding how we got the numbers we got. So I'm glad we're doing everything we're doing. I think there's still more to do. I think that I understand that there's rules that you follow for criteria, but if the council decided they wanted a stop sign, is there anything stopping us, no pun intended, from putting in a stop sign?
If Amanda, if I could share my screen, Councilmember Mendoza, if you don't mind, if I could try to walk you through the 8-hour average day I have on my screen right now, which is part of the packet. So
making it a little bit larger.
Yeah.
Never mind, I was able to stretch my screen. Thank you.
Okay. As I mentioned, the warrant study looks at the traffic volume is for 8 hours of an average day. That's the average day could be any day of the week. The idea here was typically Wednesdays are our most traversed, highest traffic day. So that's why we focused on Wednesday. I understand it looks a little confusing because we started on Tuesday and Thursday. My understanding from Steve is typically we would just do one day, and that would have been Wednesday. But we added a little bit more just to get more data points. So here's the top list of 8 hours. As it's a little confusing because we have different time slots. So starting from the left, we have the first hour, which is the highest amount of volume we had, was between the hours of 3 and 4 p.m. Vineyards Parkway, in this case, had 306 vehicles in both directions. And then the Minor Street Village Trilogy Parkway had 83 combined. So you see the trend, the highest hour of traffic we had was between 12 to 1, and so on and so forth.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So you took the average by taking the highest and the lowest?
We identified the
That's a
highest.
median, that's not an average, right?
It's a highest average 8 hour, a consecutive 8 hour period. And it was, if I could do a quick look, looks like it started from 8 to 9 in the morning. And then up till probably it looks like 5 to 6 p.m. on hour 7. So that's the highest 8 hour stretch of consecutive 8 hour stretch where we had the most volume. And that's what we used to determine the traffic volume calculation here. So the total for this 8 hour period on Vineyards Parkway was 1,982 vehicles. And then on the Minor Street for Trilogy Parkway was 606. And then from there, that's how we calculated the average 8 hour volume. So we took that major and minor divided by 8 and got 324. And then the Minor Street is 606 divided by 8, which is 76. And that fed into the high volume streets, because we're pretty up there with over 4,000 vehicles per day. And this is the analysis that was done. So during that 8 hour consecutive period, was the volume greater than 450? We had 324, so the answer was no. And then the combined.
But I think if we disagree with the base of how you calculated the 324 to begin with, I think that's where we're going to have a problem. So the data set that's included in this packet, is that what you used for these numbers?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll take it and I'll figure out what I see as an average, because it looks like you're looking at a median. So so I just want to make sure that we're not undercounting anything, that we are really getting, because I think what I want to get to is what they want, and what they've told me is they want a stop sign. It's their neighborhood, it's their tax dollars, they're the ones that drive through there. I have no problem with a stop sign if they want a stop sign.
Neither do I. Again, it's just, from my seat, I'm just relying on the data that's presented. And the data is not finding that as far as a warrant. Open to relooking at it and recalculating, but I'm in the same boat. If a stop sign was warranted, I'd more wholeheartedly say yes, let's install it. But based on the data that we have, it's not coming up. So your question is, can you stop me? I don't think so. Or can you make me install a stop sign? Per the Muni Code, it is up to the city engineer's discretion with regards to traffic control devices in the city. But I may have to defer to Katie on whether or not the city council can direct me to do that.
If we're not satisfied with the data set, you can ask us to do another traffic study, and that might get you the parameters you're looking for and get you the averages you're hoping to find.
So because I'm tired and sick, I'm going to make a motion that we look at the that we relook at the data, to have the data redone by an outside company or with, since nobody can work the equipment. And this was just an update that does not require council direction, but that would be the direction that my ask is that we just look at the data, we get new data. And I'm going to excuse myself now because I don't feel well. Thank you.
Before you leave, can I ask for your indulgence for something? So this item isn't actually set up for council direction. So would you let someone else make that as a future agenda item request in your absence if you depart now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your report. Do we have any further conversation regarding this item?
Just a real quick question. Sorry, Alan, and take another drink of water if this is going to be a long. This study that we did, if I remember all of this coming up when it originally came up, is not the only study done on this road that said we did not warrant stop signs there. This was a quick or an update to a study we have already done that also said we don't warrant a stop sign there. So the shorter window of collection data, maybe because it was just an update. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but it does seem like an extremely short window of time to get a set of information. And if it was just, hey, we're going to update and make sure that that original study we did isn't completely, and it kind of coincided with the one-day one we did, maybe, I don't know, I'm asking.
Thank you. Yes, there was a previous study done, I believe, in 2023, also by Steve. I think he might have taken a smaller window of time of his previous study. So I think this one, I remember him telling me he's taking a larger window. That's why you're getting half days and half days. But this particular study that was done most recently this year by Steve was a standalone. It was not based on the previous study. It was just, hey, let's relook at it. Let's take new numbers. Run the analysis and see where we stand. So they were independent of each other.
Well, I would agree, and I want to thank you, Joe, for spending the time and the effort. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Young for many years on the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Board, and he is a very gifted and talented number cruncher. And so I want to thank you, and Alan, thank you for working together with the HOA there. And I appreciate your recommendation to keep an eye on this, and I would concur with that as well. Let's keep watching it, and at some point. Yes.
Since the city engineer has authority to do his own traffic studies whenever he wants to, instead of doing a future agenda item, we'll just go ahead and do another traffic study as soon as we can. That'll be quicker than your future agenda process anyway.
Thank you. That sounds great. Okay, with that,
We're skipping ahead to adjournment, right?
yes, I need a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
First and a second.
Aye.
All